What's good, Chiefs Kingdom? We're here for day two of the NFL draft. It's about to get underway. The Pittsburgh Steelers are about to be on the clock. I don't think that has kicked off just yet. They'll kick off round two. Hearing rumors right now that they're fielding a lot of trade calls, so they might not stay in that position. The quarterbacks of Hendon Hooker and Will Levis should come off the board here quickly, so that should be fun to watch. And there's a lot of talent on the board. Right now, it's slotted that the Kansas City Chiefs' next pick will be pick 63. That is, if they don't trade up. So I expect round two and three to be just as exciting as round one. This is going to be fun. And that's what they're discussing right now, is as we did to start off. Will Levis, it's going to be Hendon Hooker. I think these quarterbacks are going to come off within the first 5 picks. It won't be the Steelers, though. The Steelers are definitely probably going to trade out. They say that they can get a lot of good draft capital out of it. I would like the Steelers, if they stayed right here, to get Joey Porter Jr., bring in the son of Joey Porter, and keep it going through that Steeler regime. But they're talking like they're about to trade out of this pick. They're just talking about all the potential trades that could happen. It's kind of like yesterday, what we anticipated with the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, we were hoping that they would trade up, but nobody was budging. And that's what Peter Schrager just mentioned. We're hearing all these rumors, but nobody wants to give up their spot. And someone's got to bite eventually if you want a trade to happen. I don't believe Pittsburgh's on the clock yet. If it works as it did yesterday, they're not going to be on the clock until, give it another 7 minutes, because yesterday the draft started 10 minutes after 5. So I can imagine it'll start 10 minutes after 4 or 7 Eastern. It's going to be interesting to see how it all breaks out. It really is. I'm intrigued to see what teams make up for what they feel like they missed out yesterday, or answer what they did yesterday and just keep building their rosters. A lot of teams yesterday had some very, very good drafts. The ones that caught my eye initially was the Houston Texans, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles, and I love what the New England Patriots did as well. Just focusing on Houston. That initial shock was huge, because they got CJ Stroud. That all those rumors coming out saying they might not go CJ Stroud because of the S2 testing and all that, and he graded poorly. Houston, they got their quarterback of the future, and they said, hey, let's get our pass rusher to solidify our defense, and trading all the way back into the third slot. And now you have a cornerstone on your offense and a cornerstone on your defense. And then the Eagles, I don't know what to say about them. It's like they know how to select. Howie Roseman is perfect at it. And one, they're building that Georgia Bulldog defensive line. You get Jalen Carter, and now you get Nolan Smith. Both of them fell to them, and the Eagles didn't have to do anything too crazy. They just fell in their lap. So that was very interesting to see. And the reason I put New England there is because they have the best cornerback probably fall in their lap. Now, yes, it is up for discussion and up for debate who you prefer between Devin Weatherspoon and Christian Gonzalez. But throughout the majority of this draft period, it's been Christian Gonzalez. And the fact that the Patriots could trade back and still get the top cornerback in the draft is huge. And also, as well, one, we know what Bill Belichick does. He knows how to mold these DBs, and he's got one of the best ones to do it. It's going to be exciting to see how he molds him in the future. And to focus on the Kansas City Chiefs, I think Felix Uzamu is going to be a solid pass rusher for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's going to be a huge upside. He's young. He's a power rusher. He's someone that Chiefs Kingdom will end up loving. I think they're a little bitter right now because they were hoping the Kansas City Chiefs were going to trade up and get one of those like firepower wide receivers, but build this defensive line. You got two pass rushers now for your future with Karloftis and Uzama for the next 4 to 5 years under a rookie contract. That is huge. That is very huge. Right now, Goodell's coming out to kick out day number 2. I don't know what he's hyping him up. I don't know. I can't really tell if he's getting booed or if he's getting hyped up. Usually, when the commissioner hypes up something, he's getting booed. That's crazy. That's crazy. They Chiefs Kingdom, everyone showed up to Kansas City. The fact that 125,000 people showed up to the draft, that's nuts. That's crazy. And I will say that Kansas City, even with that, with all the people that showed up, I didn't hear nothing too crazy that happened, like bad, like troublesome wise, violence wise. I think everyone they're just enjoying themselves and having a good party, which is great to hear. Because usually when you have these big events, some unfortunate news happens. But unless I missed out on it, I think everything has been the status quo and very good. These introductions sometimes, they're doing something special for the military though, so I understand it. But sometimes I'm like, let's kick the draft off. It's always in these main events too. Okay, now it's sounding like it. It's sounding like he about to say the Steelers are on the clock. There we go. Cool. Get that clock kicking. We gonna find out. Are the Steelers gonna stay where they are at, or are we trading out of this pick? Oh yeah, and then also to break down as well. So round two, each team is gonna have 7 minutes per pick, and then when you go into round three, that's when it drops down to 5 minutes. So that saves us a little bit of time. It's not like round one where it's 10 minutes per pick. So hey, they got to make these selections quick. That's why when you get in the later rounds of these draft, the draft starts to kind of fly by. That's why they fit 2 and 3 together. And Steelers are gonna have a they're gonna have an interesting team next year. They just need to get an offensive line really. Like if they add an offensive line, protect Kenny Pickett, get Najee Harris back to the running back he once was. They got weapons. They got Deontay Johnson. They just traded for Allen Robinson, and then you have. Did I already say George Pickens? If I did, yeah, George Pickens, Allen Robinson, and Deontay Johnson. That's a solid receiving core as well. So they have a team. It's just can they put it all together? And one, you got Mike Tomlin. We already know Mike Tomlin does not let his team fall under 500. He knows how to always keep them as contenders. I wouldn't be surprised. I know I hear all the trade rumors, but I would not be surprised if they make this selection right here. And they do. They're talking. Daniel Jeremiah's talking about it. They do need help on the defense. So there's good cornerbacks still on the board, not just Joey Porter Jr. You got Cam Smith as well, guys that were projected to go in the first round. It's funny, all the Steeler fans they're holding up Joey Porter jerseys. That would be something to have his son go play. for his former team. That would be another storybook type of ending. Felix and Udike Uzama. He showed up in Kansas City today. He chose the number 97. That looks so fresh and red. I'm excited for him next year. I think he's gonna have a really good rookie year. I'm not gonna go crazy and say like 15, 10 sacks, but I think he will be more productive than what people expect. Yeah, the fact that the Steelers are taking their time, that says a lot. That they're making this selection. They on the phone too. They could be making a selection, or they could be making a selection, or they could be trading out of the pick. But they've taken a lot of time, so I gotta assume they might make a selection here. I I would like Joey Porter Jr. here. I think that would be a solid selection. Yep. They're picking. It sounds like they're picking. They're not trading out of this. With all those rumors about Will Levis, Hendon Hooker, I think the Steelers are staying there, or their price was just too rich and no one wanted to trade up that high. What up, Zipporah? Yeah, they made their selection. They made their selection. It's sounding like they going Joey Porter Jr. That's what it sounds like. I was gonna say, did my screen update over there? Nope, it's still saying the pick is in. So we still a little behind, but I would be shocked if it wasn't Joey Porter Jr. I'm actually kind of shocked they didn't trade out of the pick. But it's a way to kick off the draft. It's gonna be fun to see. I'll tell you what, they ate up most of the clock. That's for sure. Even though it was 7 minutes, if every team eats 7 minutes up, that's gonna take some time. Come on, Twitter. I know y'all gotta have the answers before they do. There it is. It's what we all expected. It's funny. We all expected Joey Porter Jr. to be drafted by the Steelers mid first round. To getting him at the top of the second round, that's a huge steal for them. And he's going to be a solid cornerback for him too. He's a thumper. He's basically like his dad, but his dad was a linebacker. So you're getting a hard hitter at a cornerback position. That fills that steel curtain mentality. And that means Arizona's on the clock. So Arizona, they might want to trade out because they don't need a quarterback. Well, it depends on how you feel about Kyler Murray, but he is out for the majority of the year. Okay, so today in the second round, they're going to bring out the former players announcing their team's pick. Right here, they have Alan Faneca announcing the Steelers pick, former guard for the Steelers, all-time great for the Steelers too. That's cool to see legends coming out to announce picks. There it is, Joey Porter Jr. There you go. That steel curtain still raises with the Joey Porters in that family. He's going to be a solid cornerback. I think he literally fits that Steelers mentality. It's probably because he was born and raised in it. Well, that early trade they was talking about doesn't happen with the Steelers. Let's see if it happens with the Cardinals. And if it doesn't happen with the Cardinals, the Lions are the next one on the clock. And then they have Will Levis or Hendon Hooker. They can literally groom one of them behind Jared Goff for a year, and you have your future quarterback. So that's going to be interesting to see what the Lions may do as well. That's crazy that was long ago. Like they're showing when Joey Porter won the Super Bowl with the Steelers, I think in the late 2000s, and Joey Porter Jr. was such a baby. That's nuts. That's just shows you how fast time be going. Like I was watching those defenses, and I'm not even old like that. And the fact that he was a baby and now he's in the NFL, that's a crazy. I wonder what Arizona could do here. That's going to be interesting to see what Arizona may do. They can easily take best player available. They need a lot of pieces though. That's for sure. Again, just like what they were talking, Arizona might be wanting to trade out. Someone's going to want to get up here, but it's just can they finalize a trade? Arizona just got 2 minutes on the clock. So if they want someone, they'll either select them or trade out of that pick. Yep, they got their guy on the offensive line with Paris Johnson Jr. I would like BJ Ojolari here. You had JJ Watt who just retired, or you can get Keon White. I know a lot of people aren't a big fan of Keon White, specifically Chiefs Kingdom, but well, we got our trade. It sounds like the Tennessee Titans are trading up. They said they wanted a quarterback yesterday. They said they really wanted a quarterback. So I think this is Hendon Hooker. I think Hooker gets taken before Levis. I mean, that's another one where you had Joey Porter go where his dad played. Now you have Hendon Hooker where he played with he played in Tennessee, and then you go to the Titans. That's another good story as well. All the storylines that end up happening. And also, it makes too much sense. Hendon Hooker's coming off a major injury, as well as they have Ryan Tannehill for one more year. So that way, if it is Hooker, Hooker can basically have sitting on the bench year, learning the playbook, getting to know the system, and then he's ready to go the next following year. Basically, kind of like what the Kansas City Chiefs did with Alex Smith. I wonder how much that cost them though, because they said it was going to be a pretty penny to get up this high. They don't have a breakdown of the trade quite yet. Ain't no way. Okay. Well, I was completely wrong, and there goes that storyline. So they do go quarterback, but they went with Will Levis, which I mean that's still a good pick. Like you get Will Levis in the second round, solid. I just thought this would have been Hendon Hooker, but hey, can't be mad at it. A lot of people, Will Levis is so interesting. His draft evaluation, he literally had rumors, crazy rumors, but that he could have been taken the first number one overall. Yeah, it wasn't going to happen, but they were definitely out there to now sliding all the way into the second round. And it seems like he's a Tennessee Titan. And then now Detroit's on the clock. Who does Detroit want? Yeah, my ESPN just updated and said it was Levis. So, and that's good for him. You could tell he was having a rough night last night. I think anyone in that position as well. When you expect to go first round, and not even first round, he thought he was going top 10. And to be sliding out of the first round, early day two pick, he didn't show up to the draft today because I understand it was a rough night. You don't want to go through it again, but he's off the board and he has the potential to be a starter, not next year, but the following year. So that's huge for him. He does have athleticism. He's big body, he's fast. That's why people they like and they try to compare him to Josh Allen, which I ain't going that far. Just because he does a nice hurdle over people. I'm not gonna say he's the next Josh Allen, but he just needs to get basically the screws tightened. That's why Tennessee could be a perfect landing spot for him because he will get a year under the bench to learn behind someone and Ryan Tannehill, who could be kind of similar if you think about it. Tannehill, when he came out of college, he was also a wide receiver, very athletic dude, kind of the same stature. So great to learn behind Tannehill for a year, and then you just take the reins. Yeah, that was a bad pass that he had. They're showing his miscues. I was like, why would you do that? They're showing when he takes sacks, when he throws interception. I'm like, damn, okay, Detroit, I see you. They Detroit made their pick hella quick. Detroit had a very interesting draft yesterday. I don't know what they did. Both picks, like Jamar Gibbs early and Jack Campbell early. Most didn't think they were going to go on round one. They ended up going before pick 20. Going to be interesting to see what Detroit does here. I have no clue because they could do whatever they want at this point. I wouldn't be surprised though if they want to go for a quarterback. Just take Hooker off the board. Says pick is in. So let's find out. Let's see if this pick is really in. Okay. If that is that's kind of I wonder what's happening then. So it's saying that the Detroit Lions selected Sam Laporta. Very interesting. Like one, I love Laporta. I thought he would have been a back end pick more than being selected early second round, specifically with Mayer on the board, Musgrave, Darnell Wright. But hey, they said this tight end group was heavy, so whatever fits you best. And as well, the Lions traded away TJ Hawkinson to the Vikings last year, so it's a hole. But this is one of their picks that makes more sense to me than the other ones. Like they needed a tight end, but people will be like, "What are you doing?" Like Mayer was on the board and all of them. Why are you taking a reach on Laporta when he could have easily have been there? So I could see a lot of people not liking this pick as well and still grading their draft as an F. And didn't yeah, TJ Hawkinson, he came out of Iowa too, right? Yeah, with Noah Font that year. So they like the tight ends that definitely come out of Iowa. They went back to it again. And now the Colts are back on the clock. It's funny. Jim Irsay, he plays with everyone. He was all like, well, should we take another quarterback? Should we take Will Levis? Well, Will Levis is off the board now. But that would be ridiculous. I don't see the Colts taking a quarterback here, but the fact he was playing around on social media, humoring it, is something to note. Trade. Oh, the Raiders are on the clock. The Raiders are probably going Hendon Hooker here. And that makes a lot of sense. And I hate to say it. I really hate to say it, but I'm kind of liking the Raiders draft. They had Tyree Wilson fall to them. And now you sign Jimmy G to what was it? A couple year deal, but you don't know how that's going to turn out because Jimmy G can be injury. So he could be your bridge quarterback for a guy like Hendon Hooker. I believe the Raiders are trying to get their quarterback of the future. And the last time they did that with Derek Carr, they got Derek Carr in the second round too. So if they select Hendon Hooker here, I wouldn't be shocked. Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense too. I'm over here thinking they are about to take a quarterback. No. They traded up to take tight end Michael Mayer. So maybe the tight ends start falling off the board. And that makes sense for the Raiders as well. One, again, that's still a solid pick for them because they just lost Darren Waller. So that's a good like substitute. Literally, you bring in one of the top rated, if not top rated on a lot of people's draft boards in Michael Mayer. You got Devontae Adams already. You brought in Jacoby Myers this offseason. I see what the Raiders trying to do. Now these picks are just they're starting to come in. And I'm surprised with the Raiders too. I don't know if it's a new regime or what it may be, but they're actually drafting pretty good. Actually really good. And now the Rams are on the clock. This is another one where they could want a quarterback because you don't know what's going to happen with Matt Stafford and you don't know if he's fully healthy. Raiders they traded pick 38 and I think a fifth round pick for pick 35. So you're not giving up that much when you try to trade up a few picks. They got a high grade for the pick. That's that's for sure. It's funny. Chiefs Kingdom booing the Raiders pick. That's what you're gonna get for these division rival things. Solid pick. Comparison has always been Mark Andrews with him. I've heard that throughout the whole draft process. Raiders could have got themselves a solid player. Yeah, you still got like Tucker Craft out there, Darnell Washington. This tight end group is deep, like really deep. It's funny, I swear. They just said, "Oh, we just had our first commercial like 5 minutes ago." Now they've had like four commercials in a row. Rams got a couple minutes to go. So that's another one where you could think honestly, you could think Hendon Hooker at a multiple of these areas. Rams, Seahawks are next on the clock. You can count Indy out. You can count Carolina out because they already got their franchise quarterbacks in the first round. New Orleans could be a possibility as well. Um, I don't think Arizona, but I wouldn't be shocked either. Um, Not the Jets, maybe Atlanta, and then Washington. So this draft board can shake in certain type of areas. We just never know. But the Rams pick is in, and my computer ain't tell me. ESPN right now is saying that the best available for the Rams is Brian Branch, and their best fit is Benton, the defensive tackle. Which I would be happy if Benton actually made it to 63. I don't think that's a popular selection for a lot of people, but at the end of the day, build this Chiefs defensive line. Don't have anyone scoring on this team and just let Mahomes eat and do his thing on offense like they normally do. All right, Rams. Who you take? Who you take, Rams? I mean, they needed it. Interesting. That's a name I didn't hear this early. And the Rams, they make interesting picks. They selected offensive guard Steve Avalea with the 36th pick. I don't even know if I pronounced his name right. He's out of TCU. I know he's one of the better guards. I just don't know. Maybe too rich, but I do know one thing. If you're feeling a need and it's your offensive line and you already got Matthew Stafford who is banged up, his elbow has been bothering him. He don't even know if he could throw the same. You got to protect him. But according to ESPN, that was not the best fit. And even at guards, Torrance from Florida, he's still on the board as well. So I guess it's just how you scout and what you feel is best. But for the fact the Rams did not have a first round pick, a lot of people might think that the Rams are stretching here. Oh, that's crazy. Even though they didn't pick in the first round, they still got 11 picks. That's nuts. Oh yeah, that is true. The fans, the fans are welcoming Torrey Holt back, even though it's in Kansas City. They used to be the St. Louis Rams, so that used to be the border war that they always had. So that's cool to see some old kind of rivalry there. Rich, he seemed shocked about the pick. Daniel Jeremiah liked it though, so hey, build that offensive line. He's a bully. I will say that he creating holes. Yeah, he pancaking people. And this is not just versus like nobodies. He was doing this in the playoffs with TCU against Michigan. Okay. So they're saying that he may be a center for the Rams moving forward. Interesting. Interesting. But now you got the Seahawks on the clock. Their pick is in. Again, best available. They got Brian Branch, the best fit, Hendon Hooker. Let's talk about it a little bit. They got Geno Smith, who came out of nowhere. He had the comeback player of the year. But do the Seattle Seahawks look more into the future? They did just extend Geno, but maybe they want someone behind him who can be kind of similar to Geno and groom him as well. It wouldn't be shocking if Hooker went here. Damn, Seattle, I know for one thing, they made their pick quick. So they definitely know who they want. First round, they got a steal. They got a huge steal in Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's crazy. No one saw him sliding in 20. They're about to announce the pick for the Seahawks. Oh wow. Wow. Okay. A lot of Chiefs Kingdom thought he was going to be there at pick 63 for them, but that's why you go edge in the first round. Derek Hall was selected by the Seattle Seahawks at pick 37. I didn't see that coming, but as I mentioned, for every team, you cannot have enough pass rushers. It works perfectly. So that is not a surprise whatsoever. And I like Derek Hall. If we waited in the later rounds of the draft and waited to like pick 63, I mocked him there a few times and I would not have been upset with that whatsoever. And now the Falcons are on the clock and the board stays the same for the Falcons. So again, we will discuss it one more time. Is Hendon Hooker a fit for the Atlanta Falcons? They just drafted Desmond Ritter last year, I believe in the third round. I think you give Desmond Ritter another shot, but that could be interesting too if you don't fully believe in him and you might think Hendon Hooker has a higher upside, more potential. I can see that happening as well. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I see what happened. I was like, hold up. I thought the Colts traded up. I was like, what? No, they traded with the Falcons. So Falcons trading up QB. That may be what it is. Their pick is in. I'm gonna jump the gun. I'm gonna see who they selected. Wow. That's nuts. How long ago does it feel like Julio Jones has been a Falcon? Rich Eisen just said this pick is from when they traded for Julio Jones. Like, what? Damn. The fact you still have capital from that draft class from trading him, that's nuts. All right, let's see who they took. Oops, clicked the wrong thing. Trade. Da, 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 da. Nothing here yet for the Falcons. Oh, they're thinking it's edge rusher. If it's edge rusher, watch it. BJ Ojolari. Keep him close to the LSU routes near Georgia a little bit. Oh no, no. Okay, that's another guy that I would have thought would be there at pick 63 for the Kansas City Chiefs. They went with offensive lineman out of Syracuse, Matthew Bergeron. Interesting, very interesting. Like I didn't, but I get it. If you don't want a quarterback, protect the quarterback you have already. So I get it. I understand it completely. And it's funny because a lot of Chiefs Kingdom gonna start watching this and thinking during the NFL draft, like, okay, wide receivers aren't falling off yet. There's gonna be a run on the wide receivers that's gonna worry Chiefs Kingdom heavily. And they're gonna be wondering, when are the Kansas City Chiefs gonna trade up? You just gotta watch Brett Veach play his board. He'll pick the best available for them. He really will. And they're showing Syracuse tape. Running back Tucker as well. I like him a lot. I like Tucker a lot. If you can get him like in the fourth, fifth round, that would be a solid pickup. Ooh, Carolina on the board. Right now, they're saying for Carolina, of course, best available, Brian Branch. And I'm surprised he is still on the board. And then someone I would really like for the Kansas City Chiefs, but now they mentioning here is Jonathan Mingo. He's my favorite wide receiver available. I don't believe he'll be there at pick 63, but hey, you could cross your fingers and hope. But hey, get Bryce Young a weapon. Get him a weapon. I know they brought in Adam Thielen. I think they brought in DJ Shark as well. Keep adding pieces because those dudes, they're Adam Thielen specifically, he's on the older side. DJ Chark, he's had to deal with a few injuries in the past, but he's not the same player as he was in Jacksonville. So I wouldn't be surprised if they went wide receiver, whether it be Mingo, whether it be Cedric Tillman. They will definitely try to bolster that receiving core, or they can go tight end too. Carolina can do a lot of things. That the reason why they were picking in the top 10 is because they had a lot of holes. And one of their biggest things was coaching last year because you saw once they transitioned to Steve Wilkes, they started winning games. So, hey, they're trying to bolster that team. It's going to be interesting to see what they can build up. I don't know why that caught my eye, but they literally just showed a lawnmower that's basically like one of those wireless vacuums that go around your house. I've never seen nothing like that. That's nuts. The Carolina Panthers, they pick is in. I gotta beat them to the punch. I gotta see who they got. Da, da, da. Damn, I keep doing that. Keep pressing the wrong button. I knew that was gonna happen. Well, a dream that was short lived, but again, solid pick for the Carolina Panthers. They picked Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver. And a lot of you thought it was nuts, thinking that Mingo was going to be there at 63. I knew there was no way Mingo was going to be there at 63. It just wasn't going to happen. Like a high second round pick at that. Carolina gets a legit weapon. That's a solid weapon for Bryce Young for to start his career. You're going to have Mingo as well. I think he's going to be someone who's very underrated that can make a scene. And we've seen it with former Ole Miss wide receivers too, with DK Metcalf and AJ Brown, who a lot of people compare Mingo to as well. These dudes, they're drafted in the second round, but they make an instant impact for their team. I like that. I like that for the Carolina Panthers. I wish he would have went to the Chiefs, but there was no way he was going to slide that far. It's nuts. They still showing Bryce Young, right? Not nuts that they're showing him. I never realized how short he is, and it's funny. I'm probably like only an inch taller than him. So, but for a football player, definitely at the quarterback position, when you see someone that's 5'10", 5'11", you don't typically see that. You see these 6'4" guys coming out there. Okay. A name a lot of people forget about and Jonathan Stewart with the Carolina Panthers. He hit man, they had one of the craziest duos with him and D'Angelo Williams. Whew, their run game was lethal back then. He almost said in the 2000. He remembers when he was playing football. That's a solid pick. That's a solid pick. And that makes sense. Like Daniel Jeremiah just mentioned as well, which I forgot. I didn't forget. I just didn't mention it. They traded DJ Moore to the Chicago Bears. So get your ex receiver. And that's what Mingo can be for them. Definitely. Yeah, he definitely on the uprise, that's for sure. One, a lot of people the backlash he would get and why he's not a first round pick is because the college production just wasn't there for whatever reason with Mingo. It just wasn't there. So, but the traits are like literally he fits everything you want in a number one wide receiver. And now the Saints are on the clock. At pick 29, they selected Brian Brzee. So they got that defensive centerpiece. I wonder if they still focus on that defensive side of the ball. When we normally think about the Saints in recent years, it's they have a solid defense and that their offense has to keep up with them to win games. But now they got Derek Carr as their quarterback. I'm trying to think of the receiving weapons they got. I know they got Michael Thomas, but oh, Ian's trying to make it seem like they're going to take Hendon Hooker. I don't know if he's just hyping something to hype something, but that would definitely be very interesting as well. The pick is in. It's got every time they hype up something like that, it's got to be Hooker, huh? That'd be funny if they did Carr like that. No, the Saints are taking edge rushers, and now we seen what 3 edge rushers go to start this second round right now. They take the pass rusher out of Notre Dame, Isaiah Foskey, which is a solid pass rusher. Okay. Roman Harper, one of the hardest hitting safeties back in the early 2000s. Man, was it 2000s? The way he has gray hair. I don't know. If anyone want to make me feel old, it's Roman Harper here. It definitely was the 2000s. I do not know. Man, he make it look like he played in the 90s. Foskey is an interesting pass rusher too. I think I would have been more intrigued with him if he was there at pick 63. Definitely would not have bit at him at the end of first round. He a big dude, that's for sure. He a really big dude. The Saints got themselves big body. Like I said, in recent years, Saints they've been having a really good defense, and that's what they've been trying to bolster up to kind of help win them games. That's something that's been dominating the Buccaneers and Tom Brady. Tom Brady could not seem to figure them out. I think he had like one win against them. Next moves coming up is Cardinals, Green Bay, Jets, and Colts. I feel like I've seen the Cardinals and Colts on the board for previous picks here, but they keep trading out. Cardinals pick is finally in because I think initially, the Cardinals traded with the Tennessee Titans, and that's when the Titans took Will Levis. But now their pick is in. I'm trying to. The Cardinals can do so many things too, and I believe the Cardinals did make a selection in the second round. I believe they took a pass rusher, right? I don't think they just traded. I forgot what they did. I wasn't focused on the Cardinals. I know they traded. I just don't know if they ever made a selection. That's how people focus on how is Branch on the board? Make if anything, Cardinals go get them. They can get a defensive tackle too. Benton's on the board as well. Okay. Well, they definitely didn't take a pass rusher. I don't know why I didn't think they did, but they did right here. BJ Ojolari is off the board now to the Cardinals. And now you're seeing the run on the pass rushers. We knew there was going to be the depth right here. And that should also make Chiefs Kingdom feel a little more at ease as well. Is when you select someone like Felix Anadike Uzama, he was not going to be there at pick 63. So stop saying he was going to take that type of slide. You see what's happened from pick 32 to now pick 41. Four pass rushers have come off the board. I guarantee you Uzama would have been one of them as well. The Kansas City Chiefs got the value at the pick they needed to be at. They showing like the is that what they're trying to preview right now? I know the schedule release has to be coming out soon. That's going to be fun as well. That's going to be really fun to cover. It just says coming soon. I know it's usually after the draft. I just don't know exactly when it is. Wow. Okay, we're moving. They say the Cardinals pick is in and the Packers pick is in as well. All right, come on. Let's keep it pushing then. Man, they said they already know the name of the player the Packers are about to announce. See, that's how far behind we are. Now I got see, this is where Twitter comes in the later rounds. I thought it would just be the first round, but nope. We're gonna take our time with this. Damn. Someone on Twitter said the Saints are having the worst draft since 1980. I got to go through the Saints draft. Isn't this like their? I'm gonna go through the Saints draft because I don't know if it's been that bad, has it? The Packers, that makes sense there. I thought they should have went tight end in the first round, but Luke Musgrave, he fits them. He fits them perfectly. I like that a lot. I remember him as a Cardinal, and he looked old too. There ain't no way these guys are that old now. A solid pick, definitely a solid pick. The newscast, they gonna have to keep up with these picks coming in because now they need to announce the Packers pick. And honestly, it's crazy because the Raiders got Mayer, which I think is a solid addition. The Packers get Musgrave as well. And I think the Lions even getting Laporta is good. It's just you could view that as a reach. But now 3 tight ends have fallen off the board. We talk about how deep it is. So the runs are going to go. And you still got Darnell Washington out there too. So, and only one wide receiver has been taken at the moment. So again, we're early into the round, but I thought they were showing the Packers, but we're early into the round and wide receivers aren't falling off. I anticipate that to change though. What I'm going to do though, because they were talking bad on this Saints draft. Who did the Saints have a first round pick? No, they didn't. So they're just angry at their second round pick. That's nuts. Oh no, yeah, they did. Oh, the Saints are just bolstering their defensive line. That's all it is. With the defensive tackle out of Clemson, and then they get a pass rusher. Can't be mad at that. Aaron Rodgers would have loved Musgrave, that's for sure. He would have loved Luke Musgrave. I think he was one of the most underrated prospects too. They compare him to Greg Olsen. He fluid. And as Daniel Jeremiah mentioned as well, if he was just healthy, he might have been the first tight end taken off the board easily. Just that. It's nuts. Yeah, he gonna be positive for the Packers. Like he's a great blocker. The only question is if he can stay healthy, but he gonna be a good weapon for Jordan Love. Whether Jordan Love comes through or not is gonna be the main question as well. Now, we talked about Aaron Rodgers' former team. We'll talk about his new team. The New York Jets are on the clock. With their first round selection, they kind of surprised everybody because they took Will McDonald, which not a bad selection, but it could be known as a reach, if anything, because no one expected McDonald to go within the top 15 picks whatsoever. Man, okay, we moving. Y'all moving slow. Literally. I think again, this might be a reach as well. I'm not sure. Offensive lineman, Joe Tippin. Hey, you get Aaron Rodgers protection. That's all that's important. Definitely at his age, you got to make sure he upright. And that's what okay, so he's an interior guy. He's more of a guard that they will look forward to and try to bolster that line. I know Indy was joking about it, but they still got Hendon Hooker on the board. So, hey, Ursay, if you wanted to go for if you wanted to go for two quarterbacks, go do it. Oh, DeBrickashaw Ferguson. I remember he was drafted in like the mid 2000 and had a solid career with the Jets as well. It's crazy how when you see linemen after they retire, they look like one of the most fittest people after they retire. They drop like 100 pounds, they're buff, and they just be hitting the gym. And hey, have a lineman announce a lineman. Yeah, that's falling behind. My phone is even struggling now to keep up with the draft because now these picks are kind of flying through. Wow, that's a good rating for he's a center. He gonna be very familiar with Aaron Rodgers, but Daniel Jeremiah just basically mentioned that he could be a 10-year starter. That's solid, and it's funny too. He comes from Wisconsin. Come on, Indy, you taking your time. We all know in Indy they chose Anthony Richardson with their first pick, which raw material, but he'll be behind Gardner Minshew. Minshew's that reliable backup quarterback that could win you like maybe 5, 6 games, get you another high draft pick, and then you build around Richardson. I wouldn't be surprised if they could draft him a weapon right here. I wouldn't be surprised if they could draft him an O lineman for something that's been very praised highly for the Indianapolis Colts in prior years was their offensive line. Last year was terrible. Honestly, a lot of things for the Colts were terrible. A lot of people projected them to be very, very good, and that just wasn't the case. That's what I said. Coincidence or not that they both come from Wisconsin. Well, Aaron Rodgers doesn't come from Wisconsin, but he played all his career in Wisconsin. Just covering the Jets pick right now, saying that they didn't like that information was leaking out whatsoever, and now they're trying to button down. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The Colts kicked off this draft, and now they finally picking. They made their selection. Who they select? Okay, Julius Brent, long, lengthy cornerback. That's who the Indianapolis Colts just selected. Makes perfect sense, honestly. Really does. Like they just traded away Stephon Gilmore, so you're filling a hole. You're filling a need at the moment. So makes perfect sense. I didn't even know Gardner Minshew just signed a 1-year deal. I thought he signed a multi-year deal. Not multi, but like 2 years. Julius Brent's a big, lengthy guy. I don't think weight-wise he's almost 200 pounds, but 6'3" for a cornerback. Ideal size. Ideal. So the pack. Wait, what's going on? It said the Packers were on the clock. Now it says the Lions are on the clock. Did the Lions trade with the Packers? Because it's a line. I'm confused. We'll see what happens here. ESPN.com showing that the Lions are on the clock, but NFL Network still showing Packers are on the clock. Hold up. Yep. So the Lions are on the clock. Quarterback. I got to keep saying it too because you got to keep saying until Hendon Hooker got to be taken in the second round, right? Like he got to be. And they selected Laporta. They selected Laporta in the second round. They had an interesting first round that we're all going to be questioning. Maybe wide receiver. Maybe they go Hyatt. That'd be the wide receiver I want them to get, just so I don't have to hear Chiefs Kingdom wanting him. The best pick of the draft. Well, maybe not the draft, but of their draft. Brian Branch finally falls off the board. That's tremendous value. That's really, really good value. For someone who probably could have been our first round pick, and even with all the questionable picks that the Lions have had with Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, and you can even say Sam Laporta as well, Brian Branch is their best pick, and it's their fourth pick. And it's crazy. They've had 4 picks already, and we're approaching midway through the second round. So I could say they finally hit one. They finally hit one. And Brian Branch's wait is finally over too. Good for him though. He gets to go to a young team that is trying to have a turnaround, trying to be playoff contenders. That's good for him. And he will probably be an immediate starter day one as well. So that's he got himself into a good situation with Dan Campbell as well. That's the reason why they drafted Jake Campbell, because they like Jake Campbell's tenacity, what got his play ethic. A lot of teams wouldn't have took Campbell in the first round, but he matches the player that Dan Campbell loves. These progressive commercials, they just keep getting weirder and weirder. It's like it's a Super Bowl slot. And I would see why the Lions would have to trade up for Branch, because you just don't, when a player slides like that, you don't know how long it is. Someone's going to say that's excellent value. And actually, probably specifically at that pick, because the next pick after the Packers, which the Lions traded for, would have been New England. And New England would have been like, you guys let Christian Gonzalez fall to us, and now you let Brian Branch? Really? Really? Bill Belichick would have been in love. So that's a smart thing by Dan Campbell to actually trade ahead of him. Oh, I forgot. How did I forget that? I forgot that the Lions got Chauncey Gardner Johnson as well. So that's right away. It branches who he was at Alabama. That's a solid duo right off the grip. And the Lions, one thing that was like real questionable, they knew how to put up points. They didn't know how to stop anyone at all. So they have to build up this defense, and that's what you're seeing. The trade up, all it cost them was basically their 5th round pick. But yeah, they just moved up 3 spots. They moved up from pick 45. Well, they moved up from pick 48 to pick 45. Oh, wow. Okay, New England. They say New England took less than a minute to put their pick in. So who was that? Who you select, New England? Well, they ain't say New England's pick. It's probably because they haven't even announced the Lions pick at the moment. Oh, they drafted the guy Chiefs Kingdom had wanted nothing to do with, and Keon White. Again, pass rushers. They going off the board quick. Rich is saying they booing his shoes. Oh, that's cool. He was the last one there. I forgot because everyone else was saying that not saying, but after a rough day one that they didn't want to show up back for day two. Good for Brian Branch. The last one out of the building. And he's actually wearing like a gray powder blue jacket. He looks like a lion. Like he chose the right fit. He's wearing those Motor City colors. That's crazy how things just work out like that. And that's a good, strong safety duo now with Brian Branch and Chauncey Gardner Johnson. Who would have thought Chauncey Gardner Johnson would have went to the Lions to start this offseason? We all thought, oh, he's most definitely gonna re-sign with the Eagles. That wasn't the case. And Brian Branch, he's interesting. Like he played a lot of safety, but he's like that Swiss Army knife kind of DB that L'Jarius Sneed is with the Chiefs. He could play safety, he can play cornerback. He's elusive. He just plays football on the defensive side of the ball. And I believe if New England, if Green Bay didn't trade and Green Bay didn't take Branch, New England would have been all over that. And I think I just saw I announced New England's pick. I think they took Keon White. Yeah. So the pass rushers are still coming off the board. Which one? The Lions ones? Brian Branch. Yeah, that's see from Casey. Yeah, they definitely did. Like all three of their prior picks are like very questionable. Like Jahmyr Gibbs, I get it, but I don't get it at 12. And then Jack Campbell, I don't get at all. And Sam Laporta, I can get a little bit because they traded TJ Hawkinson, but you still had Meyer on the board, you had Musgrave on the board, and you still got Washington. But you feel the need. But Branch, that's probably their best pick of the draft so far. I know that's a hard decision for a lot of people. I really like I know Levis decided to go home, and I know I think Joey Porter Jr. after day one as well. But like Branch mentioned this too, is like even though day one was rough, it's like this is your draft experience. You're not gonna do this again. So yeah, I'm gonna come back for day two. It's just your perspective on it, honestly. Either what you choose is not a wrong answer either. Like understandable. Day one was rough. You definitely go home. You don't want to endure that again. But if you want to enjoy the draft process, come back for day two. And now we already know the Patriots pick with Keon White. So I believe now the Commanders are in, and the Commanders, they can go quarterback here. They had Hendon Hooker fall in their lap. So that could be something very interesting for them. You have wait, what's going on here? I'm so confused. So they're saying after the Patriots, the Buccaneers are on the clock. So maybe the Buccaneers want Hendon Hooker. I'm so confused. We'll find out after the Patriots selection. Yeah, Uzma, I think he's gonna. I don't even really want to call him doubters at all. Like, I just feel he's gonna be a solid pass rusher. I just feel like Chiefs Kingdom is a little bitter that the Kansas City Chiefs didn't trade up. And one, it's a business. They try to trade up for the Cowboys, even though it would have been with for Mozzie Smith. Chiefs Kingdom would have been upset at that as well. I don't know if they valued wide receiver heavy. We're gonna find out in the second round here if they feel they can get a wide receiver here, but they want to bolster that defense for sure. And I think Uzma is that perfect guy. His draft stock ranged from 27 to 34. So they didn't reach by any stretch of the imagination. I just think a lot of people are upset that the draft was in Kansas City and they thought the Kansas City Chiefs were going to make a splash. And it didn't happen. They took the best player available. And I keep forgetting, like there's still good wide receivers on the board. You got Josh Downs, you got Cedric Tillman, you got Jalen Hyatt, you got Rasheed Rice, you got Jaden Reed from Michigan State. Like this is where the wide receivers round two and round three, that depth looks really, really good. I remember the last let me correct myself before I'm wrong. But the last time the Kansas City Chiefs took a wide receiver in round one, I really want to believe it was Jonathan Baldwin. And we know how that turned out. And it's been a minute. I believe that was the last time they took a wide receiver in round one. Oh, cool. London Fletcher, one of the all time great linebackers. Who? They select safety Jartavius Martin. Okay. Daniel Jeremiah said he's the second best nickel. I don't know much about him, but he's the scout. I'm just an inexperienced YouTuber talking about this stuff, but I haven't heard about his name much. But he just looking at him right now, he plays everywhere and he knows how to get after the quarterback. And that's what you want your safeties to do, specifically in a safety blitz situation. And who that might be two reaches in a row by the Commanders. They chose Emmanuel Forbes in round one when Christian Gonzalez was still on the board. So that's two DBs. They have a need apparently, and it's that defensive back room. The Buccaneers. So the Buccaneers are on the clock. The Buccaneers did trade up. Who did the Buccaneers trade up for? Right now, it's easy to speculate that their quarterback this year is Baker Mayfield. Is he the quarterback of the future? Probably not. Is he a bridge quarterback? He seems like one. With Hendon Hooker being hurt for the majority of the year after a torn ACL, it's good to have Hendon Hooker behind him. I will still say I don't think there's 125,000 people there in day 2 in Kansas City, but there's still a lot of people there. They went to commercial. So, Twitter, you tell me. Okay, I guess Twitter don't want to tell me neither. All right, that's cool. So we gotta be patient with the Buccaneers pick. Okay. Again, it's time to get those O linemen falling off the board. They take Cody Mulch, which they need the protection specifically for Baker Mayfield. Man, he look he looked like one of those heavy bully offensive tackles with long hair. He got the big gap in his teeth. He just looked like he gonna maul people. I mean, what do you expect from someone from North Dakota State? Yeah, that's gonna be a change of an environment for him. Going from North Dakota State to Tampa, Florida. He a big dude. He a big dude. Let's see if we got any updates on anything. Now that the Steelers are back on the clock, they already aced their first pick with bringing Joey Porter's son back home to Steelers. I'm about to say, hold on. I thought I saw an update, but no, it wasn't an update. And I don't know. Like I know a lot of people they're expecting because they a lot even myself as well that the Kansas City Chiefs they got 10 picks, but they don't got 10 holes. So they gotta trade up eventually. But I don't know. I don't know if they're close to trade up range if they want one of these wide receivers. Right now we're at pick 49, so anything can happen, but I could see them staying put. Like I know Brett Veach's drafts typically start like second, third round, and then he just starts getting his guys, but I don't think they need 10 picks. Can they make 10 picks? Of course they can. Yeah, just like I was going, I don't know. Right now we're at pick 49. The Steelers pick is in. That means that takes us to pick 50. The Chiefs pick is pick 63. Um, if they want to trade up, they would do it here soon, I would assume. But they might just stay at pick 63. I think if anything, the Kansas City Chiefs have two fourth round picks. I think once we get into the third round, they might value getting back into the third round and maybe trade one of those fourth round picks to get in there and get another guy. I don't know if they trade up in the second round though. I could be wrong though. Trying to see Steelers. I know you had to choose someone by now, Pittsburgh. What did I miss? This is behind. Because it's showing me the Packers pick. Who was the Steelers pick? Which I'm kind of upset with the Packers pick. They chose Jaden Reed, a guy I really, really wanted. And I thought he was going to be there in the third round, but solid pick by Green Bay. They get a tight end, solid, and then they get Jaden Reed. Hey, they're getting weapons for Jordan Love. They're trying to get him all the help he needs. Who did the Steelers take? Yeah, and people are saying the Packers reached. It depends on us. Like, I think Jaden Reed could be a stud at the next level. Like I said, he could be a third round pick, but hey, he's a good wide receiver. And if you watch his tape, the dude knows how to play ball. He really does. Who did the Steelers pick? Ain't no way I missed that. Okay, the Steelers picked Benson. I'm confused though. And I keep saying his name wrong. It's I'm almost said it wrong there. Keanu Benton. That's nuts. And I feel like ESPN might know, like ESPN.com is just giving away too much because there's no way that Jaden Reed is the highest ranked wide receiver available, but they have him as the best fit for the Packers before the selection ever happened. Yeah, I don't know what that is all about. They must know something that everyone doesn't. But I mean, it's still looking good. Like, even with Jaden Reed falling off the board, let me see something real quick. I don't even know if there's a good way to look at that. Maybe I could see it on here. I was going to say, for if we want a wide receiver, who's the best one available? And I don't know. Oh, yeah. It'll show me best available. Wide receiver. Jaden Reed was just selected, so that's going to fall off. But man, the wide receivers available, there's tons of good ones. You Jalen Hyatt, I'd approve at pick 63. I wouldn't be the happiest camper. Cedric Tillman, Marvin Mims, Josh Downs, Nathaniel Dell, which Tank Dell for everyone who knows. Tyler Scott. Tyler Scott's interesting to me. I want to hear this Jaden Reed pick. But yeah, Tyler Scott, he's one of those guys who was a former running back, transition to a wide receiver, smaller dude, but Kansas City, they value their smaller wide receivers. I wouldn't be surprised if they went that route. You got Charlie Jones, Mr. Consistent, always knows how to catch a football. A.T. Perry, I know that's Chiefs Kingdom, one of their favorite wide receivers because bigger stature bodies. I don't know too much about Antonio Green. I don't think I did too much on him. That's unfortunate. He was rated higher up than I'd ever imagine. Rashee Rice, one of my favorite guys. Michael Wilson, a solid guy out of Stanford. Injury concerns, but dude can play football. Xavier Hutchinson, another solid guy. And Parker Washington, I don't know too much about Elijah Higgins at all, so that's going to be a shocker. And Trey Palmer. That is literally 16 guys. The Kansas City Chiefs, if they want a wide receiver, they'll find one. They'll definitely find one. That's nuts. They bring in all these former legends for their teams, And here for the Dolphins, they bring in Armstead. Hmm. He had a good speech for Gleason, his former teammate. I see what you do in Miami. I like Cam Smith a lot. He had a top 30 visit with the Kansas City Chiefs. And man, if anyone reminds me of Snead, it's Smith. He plays all over the field. He could have been a potential first round pick too. That's a solid pick. And then you got to think what the Miami Dolphins are doing this offseason. They bring in Jalen Ramsey. They release Byron Jones. Now they draft Cam Smith. They're building a secondary because now you got to go against the likes of Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers in your own division. So yeah, it's going to be a battle in that division. So get the DBs that you need. Now Seattle is back on now these picks are flying through. We're at pick 52. Let's see if Seattle got anything. Seattle, they've had a really good draft in my eyes too as well. Devin Witherspoon, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and now KJ Wright's announcing this pick. Who they taking? KJ Wright knew what he was doing there. He said to the loudest fan base in the NFL, "You're saying that in Kansas City? You know what you're doing." I don't know how I feel about that. I know what Pete Carroll does, but they just took running back out of UCLA, Zach Charbonnet. They took Kenneth Walker last year in the second round as well. So interesting. That's all I'll say about that. That's interesting. I don't know if I would have valued a running back that high, but you got Jackson Smith and Jigba. You're gonna have a solid run game as well. Hey, Pete Carroll knows what he wants to do with the offense. And they got weapons. They got weapons. You got DK Metcalf, you got Lockett, you got JSN now, you got Kenneth Walker, you got Charbonnet now. What you're literally doing is putting the weapons for Geno to continue success, which is solid. And they also drafted Derek Hall in this draft, a solid edge rusher in the second round. And now the Bears, they made their selection. Their selection is in. It's in, but it's not announced. So we'll be patient with that one. But I wonder what the Bears can do. The Bears can go wide receiver as well if they wanted to. What can the Bears do here? I wouldn't be surprised. They went lineman early. I wouldn't be surprised if they go receiver here. Just because you trade for DJ Moore does not mean that that's out of the question. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. Get yourself a solid wide receiver option. You already got Moore. Add another guy. Give Justin Fields all the weapons he needs. And also, they can go tight end as well. There's Darnell Washington still available, Tucker Craft. I would anticipate this one being an offensive pick, but also the Bears defense is questionable too. So, what's the best available here? They show the best available being Hendon Hooker. That's not going to happen for the Bears. The best fit they're showing is Tyreek Stevenson, cornerback. They could use a cornerback. I think didn't they drafted one in last year who was a beneficial starter for them, and I'm the name slipping my head. Who was their starter? He was out of Washington too. He was Trent McDuffie's partner. Who who was that? I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to find out who it could be. I'm so lost. I don't know who. Is the Bears pick even in? That's the main thing. Is it in? It's got to be. No one's been taking this long at this point. Come on, Bears. I guess Bears picks. Well, it does say it's in, but just not announced. Hmm. Okay, there it is. So now you gotta scroll through the timeline to find them with how fast things are going. They're taking defensive tackle Javon Dexter. Hey, like I said, they could bolster that D line as well. The Bears haven't had a good defense in a while. It feels like they haven't had a good defense since the Brian Urlacher and Lance Briggs days. I will say though, and I don't want it to be the famous last words, kind of like we did yesterday when we got to pick 20. But now we are 10 picks away from the Kansas City Chiefs second round pick. And the wide receiver board is looking really good. Now, that's what happened in the first round, and they just started falling off the board. Let's hope that doesn't change. Let's hope this board still shakes. I don't think the Chargers will take a wide receiver because they took Quentin Johnston. Hold up. The Kansas City Chiefs traded up. Hold up, because they're picking after the Chargers. Oh, damn. Yeah, because now it's showing the Bears, it's showing the Chargers, and then it's showing the Chiefs. So they traded up. They traded with the Lions because now the Lions have the last pick in the second round. Okay, Kansas City, what are we doing here? Let me make sure I ain't crazy. Yep, it says trade. The Chiefs are on the clock. Uh, Is D Hop off the table? We about to find out right now if they draft a wide receiver because they are on the clock. So the Chargers took a defensive tackle, Tua, out of USC. Man, if this is like Cedric Tillman, I love Cedric Tillman. He's a big body receiver, and they might not even go receiver watch, but because defensive tackles are falling off the board, they might want a defensive tackle. So KC traded pick 63, 122, and 249, and they get pick 55 and 194 from the Lions. Who is this? At least they got another pick out of it. That's a positive. Come on. Who would you get, Casey? I don't even care about the Chargers pick. Get them off the clock. People are saying we traded up for Hyatt. I don't know yet. I can get down with it at this position. Definitely not in the first round. Man, who did they take? I so skipped over the I skipped over the last couple picks once I saw the Chiefs traded up. Y'all thought I was nuts this whole time. They took Rashee Rice. I've been hyping this dude up this whole offseason. I love Rashee Rice. He literally can be a complete wide receiver. Oh, that's dope. I know a lot of people gonna be salty. They could have took Cedric Tillman, Jalen Hyatt. I think Rashee Rice is excellent and could be an excellent wide receiver in this league. He's different than the wide receivers you have on the roster right now with Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore. Sky Moore is going to be your slot receiver, great route runner. Kadarius Toney is your elusive dude who you could place him anywhere on the field. Rashee Rice has the potential to be your X receiver. I've been hoping for him all offseason, preaching him up. And they actually got, I think that's solid. And even had a top 30 visit with them as well. I love the pick. And the fact they still got a third round pick and they still got their fourth round pick. They just traded one of their fourth round picks. Did they trade one of their fourth round picks and get a? I got to look more into that trade detail. I love it. I love that selection. I love Rashee Rice. I think he has all the potential in the world. I think a lot of people gonna question the Chiefs picks. You can do what you want. Rashee Rice is gonna be a baller. Man, just literally, if you have time tonight, go pull up Rashee Rice's tape. The dude does everything. Of course, he's raw. He came from SMU. He got a lot to learn. He's kind of like a Sky Moore. You're probably not going to see a lot the rookie year, but he's going to be something. And now the Bears are on the clock. The Bears, what's going on? Now the Bears traded. Man, I like this pick a lot. And it's funny that it's going to be kind of like the Uzma selection as well, where I mentioned on Twitter that Chiefs Kingdom, they've been wanting pass rushers, but Then Kansas City drafts one, and it's like, oh, we didn't want that one. The Chiefs have been asking for a bigger stature wide receiver. The Chiefs draft one. We didn't want that one. It's hard to please you guys sometimes, but I think he's going to be a solid receiver in this league. So they flipped their fourth. So they still got 2 fourth round picks. They could still make more moves. They're naming all the wide receivers, but they didn't say the receiver the Chiefs drafted. They said, "Oh, we knocked them all off." You didn't knock the one they selected though. Oh, I didn't know who they were. That's a shame on me. I didn't know who's announcing the Chiefs pick. So the Chiefs got, yeah, they should have two four still, I believe. Yeah, almost 6'1", 200 pounds. The dude just knows how to get jump balls. And the Chiefs like these like small school kind of wide receivers as well. You got to recognize that Sky Moore last year, he didn't have the best rookie year, but you saw him start turning it around in the playoffs and then had his first touchdown in the Super Bowl. He came from a small school. Rashee Rice coming from a small school. If he played with the bigger school, he'd be highly recognized. His stature is similar to Juju, and that's the type of receiver they want. And now they have it for the next 4 years. I love the selection. The dude just knows how to get up and get a ball. The only questionable thing about him is his speed, but he knows how to separate as well. And if you can just get that little bit of separation and go up for a football, that's all that matter. Oh, the Bears are up now. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears take one of these Tennessee boys. Well, I was wrong. But they did take Tyreek Stevenson, who they were projected to early in the draft, the Bears. What up, Adam? It's good to see you in here. Yeah, they got. I'm excited about Rashee Rice. I know a lot of people aren't that hyped about him, but he's that receiver that easily replaces Juju. C from KC, he's almost 6'1". I think he was like 6 and 5/8 or something like that. He's like almost 6'1" and a little over 200 pounds, which is close to your Juju stature. I just think coming into the rookie year, he might give you more production this guy more. But of course, when it comes to Andy Reid's playbook, it takes a little bit to learn. And that's no matter what rookie you bring in. And hey, I'm excited for it. I'm excited. Now that we have a wide receiver, what position do you Chiefs draft next? So two that I can have on my mind is a defensive tackle. I I've been preaching that this whole offseason. That's still a hold to me. I hope Zach Pickens is available in the third round. Or you can go offensive lineman. I know that's a huge need for everyone. I don't think it's that drastic, honestly. I think Jawan Taylor is going to be your left tackle, and Chiefs Kingdom may not like it, but right now Brett Veach and Andy Reid are saying they believe in Lucas Niang. So if they believe in him, he's going to get that first crack, and that may mean they're not going to draft early for offensive linemen. Oh, Cowboys on the clock. So now they're discussing, can the Cowboys get their tight end? Who would that be? Darnell Washington? Darnell Washington, a truck. That would be an interesting tight end. Yeah, Adam, I can see offensive linemen. Honestly, I just don't know. It just depends how the Chiefs view their board, honestly, at that point in the third round. And I gotta see. I know they got another pick. I keep guessing. I don't know if they have two fourth round picks again. I know they gave one up. I don't know if they got another from the Lions, and they gave up one of their seventh round picks. So I think O lineman's interesting. But one I think is very interesting that they may value earlier than a lot of people anticipate is tight end or even running back. Like, I know we don't like to talk about running back, but right now, Isaiah Pacheco is the only running back on the roster. And yes, I say that because a lot of everyone anticipates CEH to be traded. So it depends on what the Chiefs do with CEH, but they don't have Jerick McKinnon right now either. So I could see them drafting a running back. Man, he getting hyped for the Cowboy selection. Well, Michigan got their tight end and Luke Schoonmaker. I don't even know if that's right, but that's how he said it. And Darnell Washington still on the board. I thought he would have been gone in the second round, but all these tight ends getting selected over him. Yeah, Adam, there is CEH. Like I mentioned, we don't know what's going to go on with CEH though. And we don't know if he will be a Chief. Right now, he is on the roster, so we should account for him, but everyone anticipates that he could be traded eventually. And then you did mention P Ryan. Is he on the roster or is he a practice squad right now? Yeah, I don't know about CEH. I really don't. um, it's interesting. It really is. it's gonna be very telling. The Kansas City Chiefs have a decision to make, I think, by next week to decide if they wanna pick up his, 5th-year option or not, which means he's still gonna be on the team if they decline it or not, but it'll show what direction they definitely wanna move towards in the future. So, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I know initially it was we gained a pick out of it. I'm trying to figure out what pick we gained. It was in the hundreds, but we also gave up a fourth. So I don't know if we swapped the fourth, and we definitely gave away our seventh round. So it sounds like we swapped second round picks, we swapped fourth round picks, and we just gave away a seventh. That's what it's looking like. Oh, that's dope. So Felix Anudike Uzama is actually at the draft right now, and he's on stage just filming the crowd. That's dope. He's the hometown kid, so he wasn't far away from it anyways. It sounds like the Buffalo Bills are leaning towards an offensive lineman. Sorry, I'm so hyped on the Chiefs pick right now. I haven't been searching the other picks. I need to keep refreshing Twitter and keep up to date. That's so dope. Uzama is literally in the crowd just taking selfies with all of Chiefs Kingdom. Imagine that childhood dream, like literally. You were born and raised a Kansas City Chiefs fan. Cheering Bills Mafia right now. Chiefs Kingdom not pleased with that. But yeah, no, it's cool that Uzama born and he literally in his in his Zoom conference yesterday, he was talking about the Matt Castle days. He been through the struggle with us. He literally been through the struggle talking about the Matt Castle days. Yeah, he a fan. The Bills got a solid guard. The Bills having a good draft. The Bills sticking to their board, taking the best player available. Can't be mad at that. One thing that the Bills struggled with last year was blocking for Josh Allen. That's why Josh Allen was running majority of the time too. Now the Bengals pick is in. Let's see what they done with theirs. Right now, it doesn't look like it's showing the Bengals selection. I'm trying to keep up to date. That's cool. They showed today that Uzama also was on uh in Arrowhead walking the field. That's like a childhood dream for most of Chiefs Kingdom. And he's literally just living that out. Okay, the Bengals got a Turner. I mean, got a they got Turner, a cornerback. They needed one. Damn, Turner is fast. He ran a 4.26. Woo! The boy got speed. They're talking about how DJ Turner is handsy, and then they made a comment about how it could be vice versa with Jamar Chase, how he could be handsy. That's crazy how fast he is, though. That's nuts. I believe the Chiefs' next pick is still pick 93? 93 at the end of the third round. Jaguars pick is in. I swear I didn't even think the Jaguars were on the clock. That's how these like second, third wait until tomorrow when it's 5, 6, and 7. That is gonna fly by. I swear it's like they only got 3 minutes to make each pick. I'm gonna try to get myself together here. I keep looking at Rashid Rice highlights. I just know the dude's gonna be a baller. Like he's been one of my favorite underrated guys this whole draft process. And then when I saw that the Kansas City Chiefs had him on a top 30 visit, I knew the interest was real there. And then now he's actually a Kansas City Chief. That's so surreal. But people say he's slow. It's like he ain't even, like he ran a 4.5, a 4.51. That yeah, I know in today's NFL, you have to run basically a 4.3 or a 4.4 to be burning people. But when you have the counter opposite, which is a go up and get that football, which is what he does, that's a real threat. Let me see if because I want to get exactly, and I don't know. Come on, mouse. I was gonna say I don't know if it will. I want to see teams. Well, let's go rounds. I want to actually see what Kansas City got in the fourth round, if it is a fourth round pick. I believe it is. I know they got their third round still. All right. So they got their third round pick 90. They got pick 95. So that's great. Let's verify. Let's verify pick their fourth round pick because they had two. And if they still have two, you didn't really trade anything for to get up to Rashee Rice, just a 7th-round pick. So, okay, they got one. So they did trade a 4th. So they traded away their 4th. Am I missing it? Just make sure I'm missing it. They might have 2 5th-round picks then now. I'm so confused now. I know they got something. Okay. So they trade up. It looks like they traded their 4th, they got a 6th, and they gave away their 7th. So right now, they hold 3 6th-round picks. They have a 3rd. They have 1 4th, and they have no 5th rounds. So if I was to project on how it would break down from there, would be the Kansas City Chiefs would use one of those 6 to get back into the 5th round. Oh, Adam, I appreciate the super chat. I really do. Yeah. Rashee Rice is a solid pick. I think Chiefs Kingdom needs to be hype about it. Yeah, that's where I was getting confused. Was I saw the 100 pick, I just didn't know it was a late like 194. But with 3 6th-round picks now, I can see Brett Veach trying to use one of those 6th-round picks to get into the 5th round because they don't have a 5th round. But they have 1 pick in the 3rd and they have 1 pick in the 4th, nothing in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, and I believe well, let me check the 7th before I just start talking. They got 1 in the 7th. So yeah, I would not be shocked if Brett Veach uses one of those 6th-round picks to get in the 5th, or even 2 of those 6 to get back into the 4th. And we're 2 picks away from calling round 2 a wrap. Let's get caught up to date. I was trying to get caught up on the draft order. I know I missed a few. The Lions traded with the Broncos. I swear the Lions trade their picks like it ain't nothing. Had they made like 4 picks, one good one, but everything else has been questionable. But the Broncos are on the clock. Juice Scruggs was just selected by the Texans, a center. Wow, okay. I didn't know that. And that's a report. Now we saw Mahomes with the higher end guys was Zay Flowers and Quentin Johnston before the draft period. And that's what got Chiefs Kingdom so hyped up. And it was like, oh my God, he might become a Kansas City Chief. Well, I think it's Bleacher Report reported that Rashee Rice also went to Dallas and practiced with Mahomes, and Mahomes said, "Go get Rashee Rice." So if QB1 approves, I approve. Now I know a lot of people will say, "Well, QB1 approved of CEH." That's neither here nor there. I'm focusing on the now. And if he loves Rashee Rice, hey, that solidifies the pick that I think was a great pick. That's cool. I didn't even know Rashee Rice was out there in Dallas. So that's crazy. That shows you the interest that the Kansas City Chiefs had for him. They literally had him at a top 30 visit. He came in with the coaches, the GMs, had that, and then he goes out with the boys in Dallas. They highly wanted Rashee Rice. So for people thinking that they shouldn't, that he would have been there at pick 63, there's things that go into that. Could he have, could he have been there at pick 63? Most definitely. Yeah, he could. We don't know how that plays out. But if that's your guy and you know you can trade up, you do not lose out on your guy. That just won't happen. And it seems like they fell in love with Rashee Rice. Yeah, I just read that on Twitter right now that he practiced with Mahomes. That makes that makes it even much more better. Like he check marked all the boxes. And for the fact, I'm pretty sure Mahomes like Quentin Johnston and Zay Flowers as well. But for a guy like Rashee Rice to stand out against those guys and basically have Mahomes hype him up, that's huge. Like we see now we don't even know who was out there with Mahomes. Like I didn't know Rashee Rice was out there. So what other receivers went to Dallas? That's nuts. Oh, okay. Denver. They selected a wide. I'm surprised Denver selected a wide receiver. I like Marvin Mims Jr. though a lot, but they got Jerry Judy, Cortland Sutton, KJ Hamler. Interesting, very interesting. Yeah, that's what I just said. Charles Davis. I didn't think they would go for a wide receiver, but they did. Let's see if I missed any picks. I know I did because we over here just talking Kansas City Chiefs football, but that's what it's all about. Felix Uzama, his pictures in the crowd. If y'all ever get a chance to see them, and I may post them in later videos too. Man, he's stoked. He's just partying and vibing with Chiefs Kingdom at the draft. Oh, see how things just start vibing. We are already first pick, third round. And now the third round will be a little longer because you got your compensatory picks, but the Kansas City Chiefs will be selecting at pick 95. All right, pick 95. I want to make sure I'm correct. Yep, pick 95, which would be pick 32 in that draft. Yeah, Adam, I love King Felix's story. How he's a hometown kid, and you could see just the celebration, the shock that he got drafted by his team. And the fact I mentioned too is like he been through the struggle with all of us. He was like the fact you have your introductory press conference and you're talking about Matt Castle. Yeah, you was a fan. You was a fan. And what's actually really crazy is that look at the wide receiver still on the board. The Kansas City Chiefs probably won't go that route again this early, but Jalen Hyatt, who a lot of y'all projected to be a first round receiver, Cedric Tillman, we're missing guys too. I know we are. We're in the third round now, so someone's going to get a good value on these guys. Also, a position to watch the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know if it'll be here. Cornerback could be very sneaky in the late third round. The clock changes now. The second round, it took 7 minutes for each pick. Now the countdown goes down to 5. If you thought we were flying through these picks, we gonna be zooming through them. We gonna be flying. Josh Downs is still on the board too. Like that was another one that a lot of people thought could have been an early second round pick. Hendon Hooker is still on the board. Someone's gonna get a steal out of that. There's talent on the board. DeJuan Jones, the offensive tackle, he's still on the board. I don't know if he'll slide all the way down to 95, but if he does, I would love that. But the Bears kicking this round off, and then Philly got back-to-back picks. What is this? So is the third round they got fans announcing? Unless I'm just literally the guy announcing the Bears pick said I'm buzzing off a couple beers, which is nuts. Damn. I knew he wasn't gonna slide all the way down to 95, but I love Zach Pickens. And if he was there at 95, that would have been a solid defensive tackle there. Let me update my ESPN board here so I can keep up to date at the best available. Man, and even one guy I would have my eyes out for here is like at pick 95. If a guy like Riley Moss, cornerback, is still available, I would love that. Like, there's interesting names out there. Tucker Kraft, tight end out of South Dakota State. I like him a lot as well. There's an offensive lineman out there that I know that was projected a lot for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think out of Alabama in the third round. It's funny how everyone's big board is different. Like I'm going through ESPN's. I'm like, this is not the same as what NFL.com's is. We do have two fourths. Okay. I went on ESPN and it didn't show it. So that's where I got lost. Because ESPN showed it, and that just maybe I'm reading it completely wrong too. That can always be a possibility. Yeah, ESPN is showing that it's just one fourth round pick, and it's pick 134. And then fifth round, they do have a fifth round pick. I did miss that. And then hold up, I didn't see that. What's going on here? 1, 2, and they got 3 sixth round picks. One and 1 seventh round pick. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how it breaks down. Oh, damn. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. I'm trying my best to get through every pick as I can, but as you see, when I get stuck on the Chiefs, it's hard to focus on every pick, but we gonna keep powering through on each. 122. Let me go to the 122. Yeah, that went to the Lions. 122 went to the Lions, it's showing. And then we have 134 still in the fourth. And then if you go in the fifth round is what I missed. The fifth round, we got pick 166. And then Sixth round, I don't see them taking 6 picks in this. I mean, 6 picks. Wow. Yeah, if they had 6 picks in the sixth round, that'd be nuts. I don't see them picking 3 times in the sixth round. So maybe they can use one of those 6 picks to get back into. They have one in the fifth, so to get an extra fifth or even a fourth. Because I see pick 178, pick 194, and pick 217. Let's go back to our best available. I'm over here looking. The no, so it's actually vice versa. I might have got it all flipped up. So it looks like Lions got. Let's look at this board again. It looks like Lions got the Chiefs' earliest fourth round pick. Yeah, the Lions got 122. At least that's what ESPN's telling me. The Lions got pick 122, and the Chiefs still got 134. Yeah, Adam, I agree 100%. The Chiefs don't need all 10 picks. So they'll use, I wouldn't be surprised they use one of those 6 round picks to get another higher end pick, whether it be a fourth or another fifth, or package a couple more and get in back into the third round, and you have 2 third round picks. Let's see what I missed though, because I'm not going to keep up with this media over here. So let me just go back on ESPN and see. Let's go through a quick breakdown of what's happened in the third round. We covered that the Chicago Bears took Zach Pickens. I think that's a solid defensive tackle for them. Oh, I didn't miss nothing. The Eagles took a lot of time. I'm over here thinking the Eagles haven't made selections, unless Twitter might tell me different too. No, Twitter ain't telling me either. Oh, Trent Cole announcing the Eagles. He over here hype. Wow. Okay. The third round ain't going the way I want it to go. I wanted Zach Pickens to fall to us to pick 95. That didn't happen. And now the offensive lineman, Tyler Steen, the Eagles selected as well. Oh, and they're announcing the 66 pick. Maybe that's why they took so long. And they take Sidney Brown, DB out of Illinois. And what's nuts, man? Rounds 4 through 7 got to be like so quick. Cause I thought, I don't know why I thought it. Maybe I just wasn't thinking about round 4 whatsoever. Um, I thought 5, 6, and 7 were just Saturday. But the fact that they do 4 rounds in one day, that's nuts. That's nuts. Yes. And that's surprising too. DeJuan Jones is still available. I thought he would have been taken ahead of some of these linemen, but he's still out there in the third round. I don't know if he slides all the way to 95, but if he does, that would be a huge, huge steal. Um, but it'd also be interesting, as I was talking previously as well. The Chiefs have a lot of late round picks. If DeJuan Jones ends up falling, let's say Chiefs got picked 95 right now. Let's say he makes it to the 80 round, 80s area. Do they package something and get a tackle? It could happen. The Eagles don't need it. So the Eagles made their final pick until the 6th round. They don't need to make another pick. They've been acing this draft. DeMarcus Ware, he announcing the Broncos pick. Still kind of weird. I know he won a Super Bowl with the Broncos, but I'll always remember him as a Cowboy. That's crazy how much time flies by. It's been a while since the Broncos won a Super Bowl. They took Drew Sanders. Drew Sanders is another interesting one. Didn't he get some hype that he could have been almost a first round pick? And here we are, beginning of the 3rd round. It's crazy how long round 3 it could be. Like literally, we're on pick 68. And the Chiefs, we gotta wait till pick 95. So Lions made their pick. Rams are on the clock. Either one of them can take Hendon Hooker. And I think this is a great area to take Hooker. It's 3rd round. I think a lot of teams are really, really concerned about that injury. Now it says the Texans are on the clock. It's hard to keep up with the draft on this. If you thought round 1 was difficult, it's like there's trade galore going on right now, and I'm struggling. So a quick update on I'm just going through Twitter right now, and Rashee Rice is on his Zoom call with the local media with Kansas City. A few quick notes he mentioned was, of course, as I stated earlier, he's already worked out with Patrick Mahomes, and they've actually been on the phone back and forth throughout this whole draft process. So that's how close they've already become. That's nuts. Um, and Rice believes he can play inside or outside. It's good for Andy Reid's offense. Like you can place him anywhere. And we already know that's what Andy Reid loves to do with these wide receivers is, hey, we need you to know the playbook and go anywhere on the field. And that's what Rashee Rice is going to have to learn quickly. And then he was asked who he models his game after the most. And the answer was DeAndre Hopkins. That's kind of funny. Like, really, it is. The guy Chiefs Kingdom wanted this whole offseason free agency period was to trade for DeAndre Hopkins. And the Kansas City Chiefs got a guy who replicates his game after D Hop. Not saying he's going to be like DeAndre Hopkins, but the fact he mirrors his game after him, that's comical to me because the Chiefs were in this D Hop trade rumors. And I believe with picking up someone like Rice, it does eliminate that. I think it calms all that down, but it depends. I don't think DeAndre Hopkins is going anywhere, honestly. The Cardinals GM came out saying that they don't look like they want to trade him. And now that we're in the 3rd round, they're not going to get their 2nd round pick for him. So, hey, I think Rashee Rice was a solid pick. Oh, and there it is. Hendon Hooker is finally off the board. He was selected by the Lions. I love that pick for the Lions. You took Hendon Hooker in the 3rd round. He gets to be behind Jared Goff for a year, and he has the potential to be your future quarterback. And if not, you just spent a 3rd round pick on him. So if things don't go right next year and you happen to be in the quarterback running, hey, it is what it is. You still got Hooker. So that's a solid pick for the Lions. I love that. The Lions are actually turning their draft around because their first few picks, very, very questionable. Then they were able to have Brian Branch fall to them. And now you get Hendon Hooker. Okay, it's starting to get correct. Which is nuts. Like, I'm lost here because they said the Texans traded up, then they said the Lions traded up, so I'm trying to wrap my head around all of it. But I know the Lions took Hooker. Man, and if you just looking at Rashid Rice still going through, I'm just looking at his RAS score, which is the relative athletic score. The dude is almost 6'1". He weighs 205. He had a vertical of 41 inches, a broad jump of over 10 feet. His 40-yard dash isn't crazy, but for someone his stature, he runs a 4.5. I don't think that's bad, but in today's NFL, they want you to run a 4.3. I think that's basically like a juju speed. And his I think where it stands out a lot is his 10-yard split and his 20-yard split is 1.5 and then 2.8. The dude knows how to get out of his breaks. He's going to be a solid receiver. That's cool. Hendon Hooker's family is so happy for him. That's dope. He had to wait a little bit, but I think he ended up in the right situation. Hold up. They just compared Hendon Hooker to an athletic Sam Bradford. That's a weird comparison, but hey. And what's nuts too, and it just shows you again, this wide receiver board. I know the Chiefs already got theirs, but we're still in the beginning of the third, and the wide receiver movement is still very, very quiet. You still got guys like Tillman, Hyatt, Josh Downs out there. That's nuts. And we're in the third round. Okay. That's good to see. And he did that purposely as well. Hendon Hooker, he was practicing, trying to show a little bit of his mobility after his torn ACL. He's trying to show teams that he may not be ready to start the season, of course, but that's why the Lions have Jared Goff. They're not asking to throw him out there, but hey, learn behind him. And he's showing I can be ready sometime. Adam, it's funny. I don't see the Chiefs cutting MVS, but his identical clone is Jalen Hyatt. Like literally, they both do the same exact thing. Um, I don't know. Something about the Kansas City Chiefs and Coach Reed is they stay loyal to their guys for a very long time, and it may be even longer than what Chiefs Kingdom likes. And I know MVS has only been with the team for 1 year, um, but like speaking on like Frank Clark or any prior players, it's like okay, like let's move on, and we kind of don't know how to cut that tie. So I don't see them moving on from MVS, but if you wanted to replace him with someone, that's his identical clone is Hyatt. Okay, there's another wide receiver off the board, and didn't even I forgot about him. Is Tank Dell, which A solid pick for the Texans. They say he's probably one of the best route runners. Undersized, but one of the best route runners in this draft. He's small. He is small. Raiders pick is in now. I like Tank Dell. It's interesting. The reason I like what the Kansas City Chiefs did is like, for example, like someone like Tank Dell. It's like he matches with what the Kansas City Chiefs have, which is the smaller receivers. Not saying Rashee Rice is the biggest receiver out there, but he's a physical guy. And he replicates what Juju is and what the Kansas City Chiefs want. So I never envisioned one of these smaller dudes. If it was going to be Zay Flowers because he plays bigger than his size. But I heard people mention like Tank Dell, and it's like he's a good player. I just didn't think Kansas City would go that route. Oh, here we go. Who was this? I didn't see. Raiders are picking, and he calling out the Chiefs fans. Okay, he's Raiders selecting their pick, and he's representing Willie Brown. I didn't catch his name though, and that's. But the Raiders got a solid defensive tackle too. Defensive tackle just flying off the board. Byron Young. I liked him too. I was hoping he would slide a little in the third round, but that's not the case here. I'm over here trying to find more Rashee Rice updates. Here's one. Rashee Rice was talking about his top 30 visit with the Chiefs. He said it felt like it was he felt like it was home as soon as he got there. He knew it was a place he wanted to be. And like I mentioned, like just more into like not just the top 30 visit, but then you go 8 to Dallas to practice with Mahomes. Like that hypes you up, like knowing a team really wants you. Oh, I remember Troy Vincent. Didn't he play for the I thought he played for the Eagles. Oh, okay. Troy Vincent, the NFLPA, now he's coming in for the commissioner. I was like, what? Like, why is he coming in for the Saints? The Saints selected a running back, Kendry Miller out of TCU. Hey, Saints love to run the ball. They got Derek Carr over there now. They get the complimentary back with Alvin Kamara. So, a big name that is still on the board and that has been falling with tight ends that keep falling off the board is Darnell Washington. And the report why he's falling off the board is because teams are concerned of his knee injury, which I had no idea about. Maybe I didn't look into him enough. I just saw a big body dude, which I understand can be very concerning because a big body dude with knee injuries does not always equal well. So, it's gonna be interesting to see how far he slides down these boards now. Rashee Rice already said that Mahomes reached out to him and that they're ready to link up. That's cool to already see that connection, as I mentioned previously, but that's cool that Mahomes reached out right after he was picked. A tight end that's still on the board. If the Chiefs want to get more weapons, and I know the Chiefs tight end room is very, very deep, but I like Tucker Craft a lot. And if he happens to slide to 95, I'd be all over it. I would love Tucker Craft as a Kansas City Chief. Of course. Now, an hour later, I find the trade details that broke down, but we already discussed it. We already figured it out. It took me a minute to find all that, but now it's in front of my face. Oh, and another thing about Rasheed Rice that a lot of us may not have noticed, and I noticed it when I was watching his highlight film, is his quarterback in college is our backup quarterback in Shane Buechele. I was watching, I was like, is that Buechele throwing him the ball? I was like, oh, it is. I wonder why DeJuan Jones is sliding down the board like that. Like literally, a lot of people had the Kansas City Chiefs, if they were to stay at pick 31, selecting him. And now we're not midway through the third round, but we're getting pretty close to it. I wonder what those reports will look like for him. I'm over here just trying to stay up to date with anything. I got my NFL network right now that's on commercial break, and it took the ticker away from me. And Cardinals still on the clock. It's crazy. So if you literally look at if it's NFL.com or if it's ESPN, all the trades that have happened recently, one, two, three, four, five, six, the last 10 picks, seven of them have been trades. That's nuts. That is a cool video. That's a cool video. So Rasheed Rice is partying when he was announced, and he's showing his phone, and it's Mahomes calling him. That's cool. That's really cool. And then he's showing Shane Buechele as well. You could tell that Dallas visit worked completely for him. So the Rams traded again. It's one of the things they've been doing all night is trading out through the whole night. And I feel like, well, they had 11 picks coming into the night, but like first round, they didn't have any picks at all. So another update with Rasheed Rice, well, not update, but just stats, since we're getting caught up on our new wide receiver, is he led FBS last season in receptions of 20 yards or more downfield. He had 18 of them. And last season marked the first time since Mahomes was a starter to have fewer than 20 yards downfield. So Mahomes is looking for that deep threat type of guy again. Again, he doesn't produce the speed that is a 4-3 guy, but he's the dude where you could throw it up and he will catch a jump ball. The Cardinals just selected cornerback Garrett Williams out of Syracuse. He looked like a baller too. I'll tell you what, he played good against Malik Willis. Oh, the Giants traded up. Um, it's either Hyatt or Tillman here. It's gotta be. They need their wide receiver. Yep, there it is. Jalen Hyatt, New York Giant. I think that's a good situation for Jalen Hyatt. He'll get playing time right away. A third round pick. And Daniel Jones, get him the ball. That's crazy with these receivers that they knew there wasn't an elite guy out there, but the depth was there. And the fact that we're going into the third round now and Jalen Hyatt is now off the board. That's crazy. And now I don't know if that's another trade. It's hard to keep up to date with all of it. I could have sworn someone else was on the clock, but now the Browns are on the clock. I think the biggest question mark with Jalen Hyatt, and as Adam and I talked about earlier as well, is he can be that one trick pony. As I compared him to MVS, but also I think the main comparison with Jalen Hyatt was Will Fuller. Like he could torch you, but what else can you do for me? And I think that's what made him fall down draft boards a lot is if you can't run the route tree, if you can't do other things, it's going to be hard to get you open. Adam, it's getting interesting now. Like the fact DeWant Jones is on the board and it's pick 74 for the Browns, and we're still like 20 picks away from the Chiefs. I don't know if he'll keep sliding like that, but that's crazy that he's still on the board. Okay. So there you go. Tennessee wide receivers go back to back. The Browns select Cedric Tillman. I honestly, Cedric Tillman's the better wide receiver than Jalen Hyatt coming out of Tennessee. That may be an unpopular opinion, but just watch how Cedric Tillman plays. He's a big body. Honestly, if it was the second round and when the Chiefs traded up, I either wanted Rashee Rice or Cedric Tillman. The fact they got my guy, I'm ecstatic about. But man, Cedric Tillman in the third round, I think is a steal. I think the thing that dropped his draft status a lot was that injuries. Injuries got the best of him. But when he was healthy, he was definitely better than Jalen Hyatt. I don't think there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Oh yeah, Browns got an interesting receiving group now. They got Amari Cooper, of course. Got to remember they traded for Elijah Moore, who is someone I really loved. I was hoping the Chiefs would have traded for him, and the Browns gave up nothing for him. And then you draft Cedric Tillman. They given Deshaun Watson some weapons. That division could be very interesting. Everyone's thinking, oh, the Bengals got that division on wraps, and Bengals think, oh, they're going to keep contending with the Kansas City Chiefs. Watch your division. The Baltimore Ravens are on the come up, and so are the Cleveland Browns. And don't sleep on Pittsburgh just for the fact Pittsburgh, Mike Tomlin always gives them a winning record. But Baltimore signed Lamar, you brought Odell, you drafted Zay Flowers, and you got Mark Andrews. That division ain't going to be so simple, Cincy. And then there was this weird rumor today. Well, not rumor. because he tweeted it himself. And I don't know if y'all saw this. Antonio Brown tweeted said that he has joined the Baltimore Ravens. The dude's crazy. The dude is crazy. That's all that is. But Atlanta's on the clock. And I got a refresher on what Atlanta's been doing in this draft. I feel like every time I see Atlanta on the clock, they either trade back. I know their first round pick, they selected Bijan Robinson in the top 8, but yeah, I need a refresher on what Atlanta's been doing. A good quote from Rashee Rice already on joining the Chiefs. He said, "We're going to win another Super Bowl. There's no doubt about that." He already knows what we're all about. He wants to join that Super Bowl party and have a Lombardi and get his own ring. He knows what the kingdom's about. Damn. I was scrolling through, and the Giants don't have a legit number 1 on their roster, but they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They got 13 wide receivers on their roster. They hoping one of those guys break out during this preseason and become a number 1 wide receiver in the regular season. That's nuts. Atlanta's still on the clock. Surprising. Usually these picks, they just be flying by. And nope, that ain't the case now. Atlanta's taking their little time on it. I think that's so dope. There's just everywhere on my timeline right now is just showing Rashee Rice holding up his phone and showing it's Patrick Mahomes. That's dope. Chris Sims just said in regards to Rashee Rice that the Chiefs were missing a bigger physical wide receiver. Rashee Rice is a good route runner, has great hands, and great after the catch. After he bounces off receivers, he will fit in with the Chiefs wide receivers. He's different. He's different than what the Chiefs have. I think he will be a good fit in there. All right, Atlanta. I like Zach Harrison. I think Zach Harrison is an interesting pass rusher, and I think he could be a solid pick in the 3rd round. Good pick for the Falcons. And we see the edge rushers were a little quiet because they went on a run in the early 2nd round. And now maybe it starts another thing here. Oh, what up, Tyler? How you doing, man? Man, Zach Harrison know how to get after the ball. Hey, I watched a lot of these guys. I ain't gonna dog everyone. And also, that ain't true. I don't. You heard me going in on Jalen Hyatt this whole draft period. I think honestly, anyone can be good. Just going off of that as well, I think anyone can be good. It just depends on the situation they're in. For example, Jalen Hyatt, he was just drafted by the Giants. He can be good with the Giants, but if he was drafted by the Chiefs, you would probably think the outcome would be more better with the Kansas City Chiefs than the New York Giants because you don't know what Daniel Jones can become just because he had one good year. It's all about situation and coaching. That's why you're rarely going to hear me bag on a player. Like there can be reaches, but if it fills a hole, it's understandable. Tyler, I will try my best to keep you updated with the most I can. We will go through it and we will keep discussing in the draft. We'll keep discussing in the chat. I will say I don't know who the New England Patriots just drafted, and we're actually getting into that territory too, where teams are going to start taking players I don't know. And this linebacker they had, I don't know nothing about him, but I do know one thing: Bill Belichick knows how to coach a defense, and if he going to get the best out of someone, it's going to be on the defensive side of the ball. I guess he killed it in the combine. He had an injury that made him fall a little bit. Well, I was confused. Okay. They did say there was two Byron Youngs in this draft. The Rams just selected Byron Young, and I was like, hold up, he just got selected. But no, the other Byron Young out of Tennessee. And what did I mention though? When Zach Harrison fell off the board, look who come again, Byron Young, another pass rusher. The draft is so funny how things work out. It gets so streaky. And now we're at pick 78. I still don't think, with the Kansas City Chiefs being at pick 95, this is still not the range where the Kansas City Chiefs would trade up. That would cost, because let's see. You're pick 15, which is the Packers right now, to pick 32. You're trading up to go 15 spots. I think the draft board needs to get a little bit closer to the Kansas City Chiefs. And then if DeJuan Jones is still on the board, that'd be great. I'd be looking out for guys like Riley Moss, cornerback. That would be a great selection as well. Let's go look at our best available. I know that's had to change a little bit. Ringo, cornerback as well. That would be a solid pick. He's actually one of the top availables right now. Tucker Kraft, tight end. There's actually there's still talent out there. The Packers are making their selection right now. Damn. I was over here hyping Tucker Kraft, and hold up. Didn't the Packers grab a tight end in like the second round? Yeah, they did. Now I'm drawing a blank on who they selected. Okay. They getting Jordan Love weapons. They're basically saying, hey, Jordan Love, you ain't got no excuses. They drafted Reed. Then now you draft Kraft. Thank you. They drafted Musgrave as well. Okay. I see what they're giving him. They're giving Jordan Love more weapons than Aaron Rodgers ever got. Yeah, ever since the second round, the Packers have been drafting offense. And their first round pick, they drafted pass rusher Lucas Van Ness. Okay. The Indianapolis Colts. Now Josh Downs is off the board. Another one where a lot of people thought he could have went way earlier. I think what got really questionable with Josh Downs is when he announced that, not announced, but when he let everyone know that he didn't have no top 30 visits. And everyone's like, how do you not have no visits whatsoever? So it just showed the interest for Josh Downs wasn't there. But he's an interesting playmaker. He literally is. Like, for his size, he goes and gets the football. And right now they're comparing him to Antoine Randall, and that's a good comparison. I don't know if he'll ever get the stature to be an elite receiver, but you get Anthony Richardson a weapon, so that's positive for him. And that's just crazy how this draft works out. Daniel Jeremiah just said how things shake out that he's not that far in skill set from Zay Flowers, but Zay Flowers was picked early in round 1 from the Ravens, and now we're midway through the 3rd round. It goes to show what kind of interest can go out through the league. And now our next 4 picks up will be the Pittsburgh Steelers, Tennessee Titans, the Bucks, and the Seahawks. Ain't no way this dude's strong. They're just showing Rashee Rice, him casually squatting 600 pounds or 500 pounds, my bad. You don't typically get that out of your wide receivers. They're just going through right now, just going through some of Rashee Rice's Zoom conference right now where he practiced with Mahomes in Dallas, saying that he made him seem like he was one of the greatest wide receivers because Mahomes was just putting it where no quarterback could ever put a football. And now people kind of what I was discussing too as well is we could be getting close to the trade up territory for the Kansas City Chiefs. Right now they own pick 95 and we are at pick 79. So I believe a few more picks. And if the Chiefs have a guy, DeJuan Jones, offensive tackle, they can do that. If Kansas City wanted to trade up, I like DeJuan Jones. As we discussed, how far does Ringo fall down the board? I like Riley Moss as well. Cornerback could be a huge thing to get in the 3rd round. Let's go through the best available again. Blake Freeland as well, offensive tackle out of BYU. Honestly, that might be the offensive tackle they get. Literally, Andy Reid loves his BYU boys. Don't be shocked if Blake Freeland is a Kansas City Chief. I feel like every year or every other year, somehow, some way, Andy Reid finds a way to get a BYU guy. And Blake Freeland, I think he could be a good tackle in this league and a right tackle too. Oh, Panthers are on the clock. Okay, so the Panthers just traded up. They're about to make their choice or selection, I should say. Man, my mouth's getting dry now. This is just how mock drafts go. This is nuts. So the Carolina Panthers just selected DJ Johnson, pass rusher out of Oregon. I swear I've had him mocked in like the 6th and 7th round, but that's why you can't trust these mock draft simulators because I do like him. He knows how to get after the quarterback, and I think he would have been a sneaky guy in the 6th or 7th round, but we're in the 3rd round and they selected him. Crazy. And that just shows you too. Again, the Carolina Panthers probably reacted to the run that's going on the pass rushers right now. We saw 2 or 3 just fall off the board, and now you see DJ Johnson. Once the run happens, You got to get in where you fit in if you want your guy. And the fact, I wonder how many teams are going to keep passing up on Darnell Washington. I hear the knee is an issue, but how much of a concern is it? It's crazy. And that's another crazy thing to point out as well. We didn't hear about this unless I wasn't focused on it heavily. I didn't hear much about the knee. And now that it's like draft weekend, it's oh, the knee is a concern. We didn't talk about it at all. Tennessee just made their selection as well. They are about to announce it. They took Will Levis early in the second round. Adam's like, we need DeJuan Jones. How long do we let him slide? We're getting to the range. He might slide to the Chiefs. Who knows? Maybe they don't got to trade up at all. I wonder why he's sliding though. I'm very curious on why he's sliding. Hey, I would say, yeah, give up the seventh, but I think that's when Veach likes to find these diamonds in the rough. Jalen Watson, Isaiah Pacheco. I don't know if he's comfortable giving up that seventh. It's cool though. All these former players that are coming up, they're actually congratulating the Chiefs for winning the Super Bowl. I didn't think that. I thought they would trash talk them, but that's cool. Uh, what pick are we on? They are announcing pick 81 for the Tennessee Titans. So we got 14 picks to go. I think once we get inside 10 picks, that'll be the area. If the Chiefs want to trade up, they'll make a move. Jason McCourty not trying to get out of Kansas City. He just said that he said Tennessee has the best barbecue in the world. He taking his time on this though. Just announced the pick. Man, McCourty is taking his time with this. Okay, out of Tulane. They took running back Tajay Spears out of Tulane. All that long winded for that. I guess a complimentary back for Derrick Henry or maybe a future running back starter for the Tennessee Titans with Derrick Henry trade rumors. Yeah, Adam, you're right. Also, we can get a bunch of unrestricted free agents. And honestly, I was looking at the Chiefs roster, and I think this is the slimmest their roster has been at this point before the draft. They can sign like 15 unrestricted free agents as well. So during training camp and during preseason, there's going to be a lot of interesting camp battles. Damn, see how quickly that just went off the board? Like literally, Jason McCourty was just talking, and now the Buccaneers making a selection. And again, pass rusher. See, the run on the pass rushers. The third round, how many? One. DJ Johnson is a pass rusher listed as linebacker, but 2, 3, 4, 5 pass rushers in the third round. If you want your guy, you might have to make a move to go get him. It's funny how it gets streaky. Denver traded up. Denver been trading up a lot in this third round. I think they've already had what, 2 selections in this third round? They had one. Oh, they had the last pick in the second round, or second to last pick. Yeah, Denver, they trying to make moves right now. I don't know who they could go after. They surprisingly got Marvin Mims, I think, to start this round or to end the third or in the second. Yeah, then they went Drew Sanders. Now they're making another selection. Adam, yeah, they did trade a lot of picks for him, but I don't know where they're getting this capital right now. Because they've had 3 picks in like the last 30 picks. Yeah, because they had one at the end of the second with Marvin Mims. Then they had Drew Sanders to start the third. And now they're back on the clock. And actually, there's still some. I wouldn't be surprised now. I don't think the Kansas City Chiefs might trade up because they're still, like I mentioned, you got DeJuan Jones, you got Duncan, you got Freeland still out there. The Kansas City Chiefs may be hoping one of those guys get to pick 95. Because after literally just going back to the best available board again, unless you want to take a chance with Darnell Washington, I wouldn't be upset with whatsoever. I don't know how serious that knee injury is, but it seems like that's taking him down the draft board. You got DeJuan Jones, Blake Freeland. Yeah, like Morris out of Oklahoma as well. I'm thinking the Kansas City Chiefs, when it comes up, they will get an offensive tackle. I don't know if they got to trade up or not. Brett Veach just might play it cool. It just depends if a run starts right before they pick. But we're getting closer, that's for sure. We're 12 picks away from when the Kansas City Chiefs select. Yeah, I completely forgot about Duncan. Yes, he is still there. The pass rusher from Northwestern. I'm not going to say his name because every video I created, I mess up, but we are on the same page. He is still there as well. I wonder if the Kansas City Chiefs would do that. If they would, could he play more inside? Definitely when you drafted Uzma as well as you got Charles Omenihu. The Broncos hit me where it hurt. They selected Riley Moss. He was someone, if the Kansas City Chiefs would have went cornerback, I would have loved to have him there. Riley Moss, he knows how to. He's a ball hawk, and one thing when he gets the football, he knows how to get in the end zone too. In Iowa, they know how to produce literally defensive players. And I think Riley Moss would have been an intriguing guy. That sucks. It sucks because he ain't going to the Chiefs, but it also sucks he's going to the Donkeys too. It's funny. And Charles Davis said what everyone says is that may dinked him is not a lot of people see a white guy play cornerback, but man, he's an athlete. Like they're showing him hurdle. He does everything. And now the Dolphins are on the clock, and the Dolphins, they actually made their selection and they took a running back out of Texas A&M. And A-Chain, he can be a starter actually for the Dolphins because there was rumors all offseason and going into the draft that Miami wants a running back. There was rumors about Dalvin Cook, but it could still happen. Now this dude know how to move. I'll give him that. Okay. Daniel Jeremiah just said that he doesn't feel like Miami's new running back won't be a every down back, but he know how to hit home runs. That's all that matters. Oh, that's cool, Tyler. That's really cool. What specific position does he play? Do you know, or is there one he favors? Where are the Ravens? But are the Ravens? Oh yeah, they are. The Ravens could take Jones. You're right. You are right. And he would probably be happy playing right tackle too, unlike Orlando Brown Jr. That's cool. Linebacker and running back. Yeah, that's two solid positions. He gonna ball out. I know he will. And Chargers on the clock. What are the Chargers gonna do? Chargers, they went and they got a linebacker, Dayon Henley. I don't know much about him. We in that portion of the draft where I ain't even gonna lie to you guys. I'm not gonna know some of these players. But I do know one thing. The Chargers needed a linebacker because it works out for us because we ended up getting one of their best playmakers, linebackers this offseason that I didn't think was going to happen. And man, our linebacking core is going to be filthy next year. Damn, your brother is literally an all out athlete. Is there something he prefers the most out of football and basketball? Well, Adam, the Ravens are on the clock, so let's hope they don't do what you just said. Well, you got a minute of biting your nails. One thing about the Ravens that'll never fail, no matter what round it is, they will eat up all the clock. Literally, you got 5 minutes to choose. They got 35 seconds left. They gonna eat up all that clock. Trying to see any updates, and I ain't getting nothing, but I do know the Ravens pick is in. So the anticipation's about to end. Okay. They should be announcing the Ravens pick coming up. Wow. I'm not wowing at the Ravens pick. They're talking about Tajay Spears, who just got drafted by the Titans, and they're talking about his knee injury where he tore his ACL, and then he doesn't have an ACL. That's how bad the damage was. That's nuts. And then he out here getting drafted in the NFL. That's crazy. Raven selection coming in. And then the Niners will be on the clock for the first time this draft period. Okay. Hey, your guy's still on the board. The Ravens took an inside linebacker, which that's back to back inside linebackers now. That's cool. Trenton Simpson, this is, I mean, it's a big moment for everyone, but it's cool to see these players in the moment feel emotional. And that is another household where, again, they never used to do that. They just might want to be trying to show off their hats that they have nowadays because they literally have a table and then they have every team behind it. Back in the day, they literally wanted to be a surprise, like, oh, pull it on the table like you had the hat the whole time. No, they showing all 32 teams now. And pick 87. We getting closer to the Kansas City Chiefs being on the clock again. How many picks are in the third round? I know the compensatory picks. Let's see. 102 total. Okay, so we getting close to wrapping up the night. And the Niners, they already got their pick in. I'm curious to see what they do. Here come the Niners selection. Like he mentioned, they waited a minute for it. Okay. No surprise there. The Niners, their first pick, what do? They get defense. They get Jair Brown out of Penn State. They compare him to Micah Hyde. Hell of a comparison. That's dope, Tyler. That's really dope. Did he get a scholarship in both sports? That's damn. That's insane. Now we are on pick 88. We are literally in the wheelhouse. We're getting so close to the Kansas City Chiefs pick. The Jaguars are on the clock though. All right, the Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in. This could be another one where offensive alignment can go. I know they took Harrison in the first round, but the Jaguars, we stole their offensive lineman, and now they have another one that's suspended. They need to make sure that Trevor Lawrence stays up. Damn. Rich Eisen got all hype. Okay, it's a running back. Tank Bigsby. Running backs are going on a little run right here. And was that Fred Taylor who announced that? I like Tank Bigsby. Bigsby is a good running back. And now the LA Rams, they back on the clock. And the way the board is shaping up, the Kansas City Chiefs, if they want an offensive lineman, they will have their picking. Damn, Tank Bigsby, he's elusive. He just juked someone out the backfield, and they were both like dancing 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Yeah, he may not be the fastest back, but he got good footwork. He know what he's doing. Yeah, Adam, you're right, but I don't want to think like that. You're right, though. They can go off the board. Like, it's crazy what the first round did to us yesterday. Like, literally, when we got to pick 20, no wide receiver was drafted. And then the Seattle Seahawks, they started the pour with all the receivers falling off. The Rams can draft an offensive lineman. I'm not going to zero that. I think they might have already. But you need to keep Matt Stafford up. He keep getting hurt. Cowboys used to have a really good line. I know their line isn't as good as what it used to be. Honestly, Every team ahead of the Kansas City Chiefs, they could use a lineman. I mean, look at it. You got Rams, Cowboys, Bills. They struggled with line play, but I think they drafted one already. Bengals, we saw that Joe Burrow get sacked like crazy. Even with the addition of Orlando Brown, I don't believe that solves all their issues. Um, Pittsburgh, we know their line has been a huge question mark. And then Arizona. But also, we could be focusing on O lineman, and Vish may be like, go cornerback. And the fact is, Ringo still on the board, the cornerback out of Georgia. He is. I'd go that route too. Did the Rams make their selection yet? No. Come on. Come on, Rams. Yeah, there's still interesting picks out there. Like they don't just gotta focus on offensive line. I understand though you want to keep your franchise up and make sure that Patrick Mahomes does not get hit. Man, Tyler, I hope the same thing as well. It always seems like our defense has the potential to be top 10. I swear we do this every year with them. And I just need Spags to literally get the team straight in August because every time September comes around the corner, it's like they're not ready. And then once it gets to the end of October and November, things just start clicking. Let's start the season off on fire and with the offense. And they're going to be a hard team to beat if that's the case. Adam, everyone says that. I think the thing with Spags and what I just preached on, it's hard to get him out of there because literally, like I mentioned, September and October, our defense is complete crap. And then somehow, some way in November and December, he finds a way to redeem it. And then we go on a Super Bowl run and a playoff stretch. And it's just like, well, we can't fire him because he did good. It's not like Bob Sutton where it literally cost us a Super Bowl. Kobe Turner was an interesting defensive tackle. He was one I was looking at in the fourth round. The Rams got a good D tackle, definitely in the third. Yeah, the defense, I just wish I want consistency. I want them to be good, just good. I don't want ups and downs. I want to know what I'm getting week in and week out. Kind of the same with the offense last year, but I can't put too much on the offense because all those new pieces, it was bound to happen. Like a whole new wide receiving core. You have rookie running backs. Yeah, you were gonna have your ups and downs, but they still found a way to win games. But defense is just like low, high, low, and it's like let's just be good. All right, the Cowboys are now on the clock, and they made their pick. So who they select? Oh, here comes Drew Pearson. He makes a show every time he announces a pick. He's nuts. I'm not gonna lie, I never heard of this guy. Demarion Overshawn, inside linebacker. But again, That's 3 inside linebackers out of the last 7 picks. I didn't look too much at linebackers in this draft, I'm not gonna lie. Like, we have 4 solid ones. I didn't think that was gonna be a huge need or an early draft pick. The only questionable thing is, will the Kansas City Chiefs extend Willie Gay in the future? But I think that's gonna all unfold with now the addition of Drew Tranquil and Willie Gay. Whoever the Kansas City Chiefs like throughout the season is who they're going to give the long-term contract. And then you're going to see a lineup with either Gay, Bolton, Chanel, or Tranquil, Bolton, and Chanel. So I think the Kansas City Chiefs set themselves good for the future. Yeah, see from KC. I had no idea about the guy from Texas. That could be me slipping. But now the Buffalo Bills, they on the clock, and their pick is actually in. Man, what if Darnell Washington is still on the clock? It seems like, I mean, still on the board when the Chiefs pick. I I see it's got to be. Do they really got a TikTok guy on here? Okay, interesting. Um, that threw me off. But Darnell Washington, if he slides to the Chiefs, he's going to be behind Kelsey and also behind either Noah Gray and Jody Fortson. It could be a initial weapon in the future. Maybe you go for it. Another inside linebacker. The run. It's we talk about it throughout this whole draft. You better get in where you fit in. And right now, it's a run on the inside linebackers, which I'm not mad at because the Chiefs don't need a linebacker. So if they want an offensive tackle, it looks like it's shaping out. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. What? Okay. Chiefs Kingdom. The Chiefs are on the clock. And then, yeah, they traded up. Okay. It's alert. Who they trade up for? Is it for DeJuan Jones? Is it for Darnell Washington? Are we going on the defensive side of the ball? Are we getting Ringro? Are we getting someone I didn't even mention? They couldn't have gave up much. They only jumped 4 spots. They probably gave up one of their 6th. This is interesting. I wonder who they got. The pick is in. Let me hear what Daniel Jeremiah thinks. Jeremiah's either thinking right tackle or tight end. Or like I mentioned, he's talking Freeland, Jones, or Washington. I'm not going to be surprised if it's Freeland. If they take Darnell Washington, I'm trying to get this live. I'm trying to avoid my phone. I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid all of it. I don't want to get any spoilers, but it's hard not to look at the stuff. If it's Darnell Washington, that'd be so dope. But I can see Darnell Washington. I can see the right tackle. Come on, we taking our time on this. This says the pick is in. I can't last this long without looking at my phone or computer without this anxiousness. Damn, they got a whole squad coming out. I think it's either going to be Blake Freeland or Darnell Washington. The the athletic fan side of me, adding another weapon, would really love Darnell Washington. I would understand Blake Freeland a lot, or even DeJuan Jones. Yes, I'm ignoring the chat right now because I'm not trying to be spoiled if it's already out there. And Roger Goodell's they going through the process of announcing it. Man, I watch it be someone I didn't even mention. But they traded up, so it can't be someone I didn't mention, right? It probably will be. Oh, he said it weird. I'm perfectly fine with that. Wanye Morris, yes. He was the offensive tackle that I was mocking to the Chiefs probably around the third, fourth round area. This makes sense. It makes complete sense. He's a tackle out of Oklahoma. He gonna compete. Is he better than Jones? Interesting. It depends on how you view DeJuan Jones. I never viewed DeJuan Jones as the first round talent everyone had. I viewed him more back in second round, but I never watched too much of him because I didn't think he could be a fit with the Kansas City Chiefs. I watched a lot of Morris because I thought this would be the area the Kansas City Chiefs would get a tackle, would be third or fourth. I mean, he a big dude. And I think immediately what I love about it is he's going to come in and challenge Lucas Niang. He's going to try to get that starting job. And Lucas Niang, he better be ready to compete because if he's not, he going to lose his spot. Lucas Niang will be the first one to get the first crack at the right tackle position, but I like this move a lot. I'm honestly surprised it I'm not surprised it wasn't DeJuan Jones. I was surprised it wasn't Freeland because something was selling me that I really believed that Andy Reid was going to get his BYU dude, and he didn't. He went with Morris, but solid selection. Adam, yeah, his size is ridiculous, and I think that's what stands out more than anything is one, his size is ridiculous, but also he is athletic. Like I was just watching some of the highlights they were just showing. He'll be on the right side of the field and then he'll make a block all the way on the left side. And he fits in perfectly with that Chiefs offensive line who they just play bullies. I wonder what did they trade? Let's go to the 6th round. I guarantee you it was the 6th round pick. I didn't even see the breakdown. They still got the first pick in the 6th round. They still got the 94th pick or the 17th pick in the 6th round. Wow. Okay. Kudos, KC. Unless they gave away their fifth round pick. They just gave away 217, which is their last pick in the 6th round. Yeah, you can move. Yeah, you still got your two earlier picks in the second round, and I think it's funny how it all unfolds, how it all comes kind of full circle because we traded with the Cincinnati Bengals, which crazy we made a trade with them, helping us out, but they would say we helped them out because we let Orlando Brown Jr. go in free agency, and now he's their left tackle. So tackle for tackle. That's crazy how everything works full circle in that kind of sense. But man, the three major needs that the Kansas City Chiefs had coming into the draft, and you could ask anyone in Chiefs Kingdom, was pass rusher, wide receiver, and offensive tackle. Any kind of way you wanted to sort it. It could have been offensive tackle, wide receiver, pass rusher, or a wide receiver, pass rusher, OT. They addressed all the needs so far. Brett Veach is filling holes. That's why the Kansas City Chiefs always nailed the draft, is because he focuses on holes, you plug and fill, and then they end up transitioning to being starters in their first year and help actually competing into the playoffs and in the Super Bowl. There was a part of me, though, I'm not going to lie to you guys. There was a part of me that was really hoping they traded up for Washington, and you hope one of the linemen slide a little bit further down in the fourth round and you can go get them. But Washington would have just been an exciting, just personal for me. There he is. Next pick. The next pick, Darnell Washington, was drafted by the Steelers. That didn't last long at all. That's crazy. They say he's more explosive than Mercedes Lewis. I'm just curious how that knee really is because I haven't heard nothing about it before the draft process, but that's nuts. Yeah. Darnell Washington, just look at him. He's literally like a bus just running down the middle. You want to get out of his way. I'm just curious those knees because his advantage is that he's that big, but also that could be a disadvantage because your knees don't want to hold that big stature all the time. Oh my. That is a funny scene. So Darnell Washington, when he got drafted, it looks like he has his daughter like sitting on the ground right in between his legs. And when the whole family started cheering, she freaked out. She's like, "Oh my god." Okay. I like that pick too. A wide receiver finally falling off the board again. Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson is a sneaky wide receiver that I kind of liked for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's a guy where injuries got the best of him, but he knows how to play ball. And Arizona got themselves a good weapon. I wonder, I just want to make sure I'm going through each pick. Oh, that kind of. So, yep, the Kansas City Chiefs, they still got their fourth. They still got their fifth. And they got 2 sixth and a seventh. So they still gonna be players in all this. The Kansas City Chiefs are still gonna be making moves. They might be done for the night, but rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7, it's gonna get interesting. Adam, so Deuce Vaughn. I heard he spent a lot of time with the Kansas City Chiefs. I like Deuce Vaughn. I just don't know, and what a lot of people are saying, I'm not concerned about his height whatsoever. I know that may be surprising to a lot of people, but they say his testing may not transition to the NFL speed because he didn't test the greatest. A lot of people compare him to Darren Sproles, but he doesn't got the speed like a Sproles or any of the testing like broad jumps and things like that. So it's going to be interesting. I don't know if I would take Deuce Vaughn like fourth or fifth. Maybe if he slides in the sixth, you use one of your sixth round picks on him. But K-State player, you keep him in the area like you did with Uzama. I wouldn't be mad about it. And now the Bengals are on the clock. I haven't even got the chance to go through Twitter to see what people are saying about Morris. I know I wasn't that behind on this. It looked like I might have been. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bengals even get a tackle right here as well, because I know they got Orlando Brown Jr., but do they believe in La'el Collins? I know that was a big signing last year, but he didn't play like he used to play. I was just looking at Rashee Rice's numbers again. Just last 96 catches, 96 catches, 1,300 yards, 10 touchdowns, and 6 of those games he had 100 yards. But people say his production don't match up. Okay. Yeah, the senior Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, he definitely was smoking on that. Man, I still haven't got onto to the Twitter timeline and where they have the selection of Morris. Who the Bengals selecting? It got to be tackle. The Bengals took another DB as well. I thought they were taking a tackle. Nope. They trying to shore up that secondary. They know who they got to go against. Not just Patrick Mahomes, but now you're dealing with Lamar Jackson and Deshaun Watson with all these new weapons. Have fun with it. How am I missing? Oh, that's cool too. Morris, he did play in Oklahoma, but also he played at Tennessee with Trey Smith. He was the, he was the right tackle when Trey Smith was the guard. So that's cool to see. Damn. So the Lions wanted this pick. They traded 3 of their picks from tomorrow to make this pick. Who they taking? Nah, I don't know this guy. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's a defensive tackle, Broderick Martin. Jeff Schwartz, who was a former Chiefs, I think guard, he's talking on Wanya Morris saying that he just needs to get his technique cleaned up, and he believes that at the end of the day, by the end of the season, that he'll probably be the right tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs. That shows you the potential that Morris has. It doesn't look like Morris has started his Zoom call though yet. Rashee Rice was on his call in an instant. That's why I thought we'd already get reports coming out. Pat Mahomes is happy about the Morris pick. One, you get him a wide receiver, you get him more protection. I like it. It looks like he dominated the Senior Bowl. So here's a quick update on Morris and his college career. So he started 27 games over the last 4 seasons. 19 of those was actually at left tackle. 8 of those was at right tackle between Tennessee and Oklahoma. He's an athletic long tackle who's 6'5", 307 pounds. That all checks out. And the Chiefs, I think that's another thing too. The Chiefs love the Senior Bowl. They always find studs at the Senior Bowl. They know when to get their guy. So, just a breakdown on what the Kansas City Chiefs do have remaining going into tomorrow. They still got round 4, pick number 134. They got round 5, pick 166. Round 6, pick 178. That came from the Dolphins. Round 6, still pick 217. And then round 7, pick 250. And that's 5 more picks. 2, 4. Yeah, that's 5 more picks. And what they made 3 selections. Yeah, so they have a total of 8 picks so far, as it stands. Hey, Adam, you take it easy. You have a good one, man. Tell you what, these last few picks, they are dragging. They want to eat all the clock. Washington Commanders, though, their pick's about to be selected. All right, the Commanders pick is about to be announced. He butchered that whole thing. He said the Washington Commanders. But the Commanders, they selected a center. And we got 5 more picks, and then we gonna end the night. And the Niners have 2 of those picks. Right now, the Browns are on the clock. Okay. Now Morris is on his Zoom call. Took a minute. So let's go through a little bit of what I can find. Initially on joining the Chiefs, he said, I'm going to play wherever they need me to play. I can't tell you how excited I am at this moment. Whatever they need me to play, I am going to play it. I am glad I am a Kansas City Chief. And I think that checks out as well. As I mentioned earlier, majority of his college career, he played left tackle In Oklahoma, he played right tackle, so you could put him wherever. A defensive man, I thought Siake was going to come off in the second round. But the Browns got a good defensive tackle right here. And it's funny too. Yeah, that's what I thought when I saw him too, is the comparison to Danny Shelton, who also Patriot and Brown. And he's actually is he still a Kansas City Chief? He's on the practice squad. They showing clips of Trey Smith and Morris dominating in Texas. That would be a fun duo to watch again. And then Morris on Trey Smith, he said he was one of the first people who called me. That relationship, you keep that bond. It's kind of what we saw with Rashee Rice with the Bouchel connection, but also Mahomes was out there throwing balls with him in Dallas, the top 30 visit. The Chiefs always stay close to their guys. The Niners are making their selection. Okay. Okay, guys. It's that time in the draft. I think we had a kicker come off the board. Jake Moody, kicker, third round pick out of Michigan. And now Rich Eisen giving his speech. he hyping him up like crazy. And I think I could be mistaken, but yeah, they moved on from Robbie Gold, right? So yeah, that era is officially over. So yeah, so your first kicker taken in the third round. And we got three more picks, and then it's time to wrap it up. And the Raiders are on the clock. Morris also mentioned his ability to learn and mold himself to the Chiefs program when asked what he does best. Hey, if you can absorb that playbook like a sponge, you compete with Lucas Niang, you make his life hard, and you bring the best out of Niang, it's a win-win on both sides. And I think Niang as well. He was a former third round pick out of TCU. So those guys, third round picks, I don't know if it's similar traits, but hey, they gonna be battling. We went through the Trey Smith. That's all they're focusing on right now is the Trey Smith discussion. Man, I'm trying to get more updates on them. It's like they're just focusing on Trey Smith, which is cool. Like, there's a cool story to hear. Like that they were both together, and now they're both going to be together in the NFL and the pros. Well, Morris, they talked a little bit also about he went up against Uzama in college. He mentioned Uzama was strong, physical, fast, were the words that he used to describe Uzama. Those are going to be training camp battles as well. Yeah, a lot of people projected Morris to be around a fourth round pick. But as we discussed plenty of times, when you start getting into this portion of the draft, the next Chiefs pick was at the end of the fourth round, and they projected he would go early in the fourth round. You got to take that reach. If you like a guy and you need to fill a hole, you're going to address it, and you're not going to let your guy slide by. So I understand it completely. I don't believe it was a reach whatsoever once you're filling a need. And the Raiders, they just drafted wide receiver out of Cincinnati, Trey Tucker. That interesting. If a wide receiver was going to come first off the board out of Cincinnati, I thought it was going to be Tyler Scott, but Trey Tucker, I thought he was more of a sixth round pick. He can contribute on special teams as well for the Raiders, and fast dude, runs a 4.4. We got 2 picks to go. The Niners and the Vikings are going to cap off the night. Just watching highlights of Morris right now. He literally dominated the Senior Bowl. And that's probably why the Kansas City Chiefs felt comfortable to maybe take a little reach on him, even though he was projected an early fourth round pick. You get him towards the end of the third round, you get a competition at right tackle, you can't be mad at it. Definitely when it was a hole. Niners are making a kick, making a pick. They already selected a kicker. What they doing here? Not gonna lie to you. I don't know much about this tight end. I know the tight end draft is deep. I know the Niners don't need a tight end with George Kittle, but okay. Injury concerns will a lot too. But he has high potential they're showing. If they want to play 2 tight end sets, that could work out well for the Niners. But now we are on the final pick of day 2. It's the Minnesota Vikings closing out this draft. Well, not this draft, but this day more. And the Vikings pick is in. They are here to cap off this night. Let's see how the Vikings end this night off. There's a few players that are surprisingly still on the board. Ringo, the corner. Let's go through that. Let's go through that. Ringo's the first one that pops out to me. Ringo. I'm not going to pronounce his name because I mess it up, but the pass rusher out of Northwestern, he was projected to be an early second round pick, maybe even late first. DeJuan Jones is still on the board. Blake Freeland, Tyler Scott, those are others that a lot of people thought would go in the second round. Terrell Smith. I'm not surprised Charlie Jones is still on the board, but if the Kansas City Chiefs want to add another receiver, Charlie Jones would be one I would really love to see in day 3. A.T. Perry, a lot of you guys, Chiefs Kingdom specifically, thought A.T. Perry would have been gone in round 2 or 3. He's making it to day 3. And Jalen Duncan, offensive tackle. Oh, that's okay. Okay. I honestly thought Mekhi Blackman, he just got selected by the Minnesota Vikings. I thought he was going to be like a 6th-round pick, but he's got all the talent in the world. This is going to be a solid pick for the Minnesota Vikings. But that is the last pick of day 2. We going to be back day 3. What does this start at noon? I got a couple things to do in the morning, but I think I should be back here. And it's going to be crazy. We got 4 rounds to go through. It's going to be fun. I'm going to try to get a recap video of the Kansas City Chiefs selections out in the morning. Then we'll do the draft and we'll get right back into it. I appreciate you guys for joining this stream. I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all take care. Peace.